Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing? Good morning, good morning. Hope people are well. I had to get the big hoodie out this morning because it's mighty chilly. Old Mr. Winter is coming in fast, I think. Right, let's let me fix a few things quickly. Not that. Let's get this fixed. Oh my god, I knew I had a problem. My Twitch stream scratch drive is nearly full. It's in the red. Please hold. Transferring 500 gig of videos probably not wise while I'm live and while it's recording to the folder. I'll do that later. How's everybody this morning? Got some goal making to be doing. I think first things first today is we need to burn a bunch of concentration. Burn through this concentration. Our list is getting pretty long of character. Well, long is subjective. But the list is getting there. We have a bunch of characters now that are working on professions. We have to switch our focus pretty aggressively onto making sure they don't ever cap their concentration. Because that would be just a waste of gold at this point. But it's funny. It's funny to see. The queuing has begun. The panic has set in. The early expansion unexpecteds are creeping up on people. It's often interesting to see those who have either not experienced an expansion launch from a goal-making perspective before, or maybe those who have maybe only done it once and it was a long time ago and they didn't remember it and they have rose-tinted goggles. But there does come a point in the season when demand has clearly peaked. Demand has definitely peaked, and people seem to have the assumption that demand is going to continue on forever, and it doesn't. It dissipates. It goes away, and then all of a sudden crashes, prices go to the floor. It's funny. It's very amusing. But it's just as good of a time to make gold as any, I think, because you can ride that wave all the way through and you can chip away and make little profits all the same. And concentration this time round is going to be a big key feature of that, I think. Keeping on top of this is going to be critical. Right, let's we're on the wrong character then. Let's jump over to the Paladin, the one and only non-hunter on our list. In fact, no, that's a lie. There's a mage on this list somewhere. Yeah, there's a rogue mage. But yes, it's hunters for the most part. But let's jump on my actual Paladin, who has my true name, the actual full Mantheus name. This dude is eventually going to hold all of the recipes, all of the patterns, all of the good stuff. This is the one character that I probably will min-max it to 100%. But without doing any shuffling, I'm not expecting to do any of it anytime soon. So in the time being, it's focused on concentration. My crafters are hunters too, just easier for gameplay. Oh, it's not just my crafters. Like, genuinely, I have, over the years, slowly but surely switched almost entirely to hunters. I see no reason to, if you enjoy the class, if you don't have any reason to play any of the others, then why change? But this dude is a blacksmith and an enchanter by default. I spent a little bit of time setting them up yesterday, but I clearly forgot to spend the concentration on them. So let's go do whatever we can with concentration on. Oh no, hang on. I think I have a reason why the concentration on this dude is high. The concentration on this fella is high for a reason. If we look at blacksmithing, I took the decision on this dude because he's probably not going to be very good at making anything particularly fancy. I took the decision on this dude to spec him into tools, profession tools and accessories. Blacksmiths make a huge amount of the tools and accessories. crafting accessories. And I thought having one character that can do that very well, and one character that can throw some concentration at making those, or reforging the ones I already have, or, you know, crafting them for my old armies when I need, is another cost-saving exercise, really. Gives me the ability to not have to find a crafter. It gives me the ability to not necessarily have to pay somebody else a premium if I keep it in-house. So, what I've done is I've actually purchased... Where is it? Did I purchase? I thought I purchased. Maybe I did not purchase. No, I lie. I tell another lie. I was doing the same with enchanting. I purchased the Ruined Null Stone Rod. You actually have to buy this for 150 artisan security. But I'm focusing on enchanting, on making this as well as possible.
Sweet profit
because
together.
I all of a sudden seem to have a lot of enchanters for some reason. Can't quite figure out why. But there's going to come a point where they're all going to need a Ruined Nullstone Rod, and who better to craft it but myself? That's where we're going. Quicksand with a Prime for 28 months now. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Good morning. Good mornings. Yeah. The big boy rod. Big rod. We wanted to get this one crafted. I did fall a little bit short in realizing that I need 400 artisan security to craft it for myself. I accidentally over splurged buying knowledge point books, but we'll get the artisan security to make it for this dude. But I can make it. That is the critical thing here. Throw some good mats at it. I can make it at Q4 guaranteed with quality 3 mats. I can make it at quality 5 with concentration for all of my enchanting alts now. When the time comes, at least. I'm appalled my rank 3 breastplate enchant fell from 15k to below 10. I can't work like that. Well, that's because it's one of the easiest and most readily accessible top tier enchants for enchanting. You don't actually have to do anything special to get it. I'm assuming you're talking about Crystalline Radiance, right? I would assume this is what you're talking about. The fact that you can learn this through your spec trees very quickly and easily, and it's a big boy enchant, and it was remarkably expensive, was yes. No surprises there from me. That anything that you can get through the spec trees, anything that you get from the trainers, is going to get nuked into the ground. But that's because everybody is setting up their enchanters, and everybody has 1,000 concentration to burn. If you set up 10 enchanters in a day, you have 10,000 concentration to burn. If you burn it all into that one enchant, which clearly many people have done, by the way. This is why I promoted diversification with your alts, not hyper-focused on one thing. I focused on diversification, so if one recipe dies, I have many others that I can still craft. If I go and do a recipe scan real quick with enchanting, for example. Let's do enchanting. Let's make sure nothing else is ticked. If we do a scan on these now. Specking for diversification means if something falls off, if something ends up in the bin... No, why is it doing blacksmithing? We know blacksmithing's dead. That's no trade secret. If we look at enchanting... Let it do its search. Its search is a little bit slow because my spec's not great. When your spec is great, it has to do less calculations. But you'll probably see in a minute that one chest enchant is probably crashed in value for spending concentration on, because surprise, surprise, everybody did it. I should probably tell it not to search all the recipes, but now it has searched at least all of them. So where's that chest enchant that clearly everybody was going to have crafted, and it's probably in the bin right now? Crystalline Radiance. Yeah. Well, as far as concentration spend goes, it's still 13 gold per point of concentration. That still far outbeats many other professions, full stop. But as far as enchanting is concerned, it's pretty low down the list now, because surprise, surprise, too many people did it. If we do crystallized radiance, we look at price details. Yeah, Q3s are now sub 10k. They've literally halved in value. Nearly halved in value in the last few days. Probably because a huge amount of enchanters have come online and a huge amount of these have been produced with concentration, far more than would have sold in any given day. And surprise, surprise, it tanks the price. But it will rectify itself once all that cheap stock flows out. It'll be good. It'll be good. So, for example, now I would be looking at crafting something more at the top of this list instead. But a lot of these recipes, you might actually have to do something to get the recipe or buy the recipe in the first place. I'm questionably saving my concentration on this dude, though, so that I can craft these anywhere I need to. If I throw... How much concentration does it cost me? It costs me 2 days of concentration to make one at Q5. 476 concentration to make one at quality 5 for one of my own alts. Which, if we actually convert that concentration into gold, let's pick a reasonably mid-tier. Let's just say 17 gold a piece for the concentration is a fair value on enchanting. 17 gold, multiply that by 476. It's still, the concentration, even if I look at Q5ing one of these for null, is still worth 8,000 gold. Which actually is not that bad, realistically. But this is also a good way for people to, like, figure out what to charge for their concentration. Because, well, what else can you do with your concentration? If you're looking at filling orders for people, if you're using concentration, you know, you've got two options. You either spend it on crafting something where you can very carefully calculate what it's valued at, or alternatively, if somebody wants you to make a piece of gear for them and they want you to use your concentration to make it at the top quality, you can turn around and say, right, well, it's going to cost at least 8,000 gold for me to use my concentration on this. Because I can make more gold just crafting something and selling it on the auction house. If you want me to use it, I'm happy to do it for you, but you're going to have to make it more worthwhile me doing, for example. Going into the thick of /2 to praise his route. Yeah, well, yeah, put your wand away. Put it back. But that's a conceptual thing, right? If you're looking to charge for your concentration, how much should you be charging for it? Well, it's fair to charge, you know, 1 gold more than what you could get from another source, right? It's your prerogative to make as much from your concentration as possible, so... But right, that actually kind of means I maybe don't want to spend the concentration on this dude for the purpose of this, and that's also then the same for blacksmithing. That if I want to make blacksmith toolboxes, blacksmith hammers, well, for my blacksmiths might want those. What might I want on the regular? Probably nothing, because I haven't got the recipes for them. Blacksmithing is so trash right now. The Artisan's Needle set is something I might want a bunch of when it comes to setting up a bunch of tailors. Getting that at quality 5 might be handy. Or getting it to quality 4 at the bare minimum. Requires me to buy the recipe, though. This character's not going to be flush for Artisan Security for quite some time, though. Which is a problem. Harry Potter books are far more fun to read if you replace the word wand with the word wang. And Harry whipped out his wang. and waved it at Hermione, shouting, "Di Robioso!" And on that note, we need some coffee. I like concentration because it gives me a proper reason to charge a high price for craft without actually needing the concentration anymore. But well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I can either spend the concentration crafting something for you, or I can spend it crafting something to sell on the auction house for somebody else. Like, if you want my concentration, you need to pay for it. Okay. I'm probably not going to have too much use for crafting something on this blacksmithing short term, though. So maybe even though I have spec'd in this direction, I do have a few points left still to optimize it a little bit. I'm actually half tempted. Can I at least craft this stuff at Q4? I haven't got any Ironclaw alloys. Let me simulate with a bunch of Ironclaw alloys. Q4. So I can craft things at Q4 with top tier materials as it stands already. I might want to put a few points over in fortuitous forges just to make work orders a touch easier on this dude. And we can throw some concentration at the patron orders if needs be as well. But yeah, concentration is literally crafter's gift from Blizzard. Like, here is a reason to charge for what you do. Like, use it. Use it. It's the same with insights in Dragonflight. It was similar. It wasn't exactly the same, though. And the reason I say why it's not exactly the same is because in Dragonflight, you could pool your artisan's metal. You could just sit on it. You'd collect it week on week, and you could just sit on it. This meant it naturally devalued over time as more and more people sat on it. Concentration is a use it or lose it situation. You can't pool it. If I went and spent 500 concentration crafting something for somebody, I can only do that once every 2 days. If I do it twice in a day, I then can't do it again for like at least 2 more days. It's so much more easy to attach value to concentration than it was Illustrious Insights, simply by the fact that it does actually have a tangible, value by proxy of the fact that if you don't spend it, it just disappears. You can't just bank it. Look at what happened with what were they called when was it 10.1? 10.1 when we had all of the shadow, what did they call them? Shadow flame stuff. People out of nowhere turned up with like thousands upon thousands of artisans metal, turned it all into Illustrious Insights, and were able to produce quality 3 armor kits and whatever else was, like en masse on like day 1, for example, and make just silly gold. Because they'd spent months pooling it and doing nothing with it. So yeah, it's kind of similar, but from a purely gold making perspective, I think it's better because it's significantly easier to attach a value to it. Significantly easier. So I've just linked a little document that has some of the more popular add-ons and stuff that I use, and links to them. Okay, let's look at crafting orders real quick, because apparently with blacksmithing, we've got up to 86 knowledge points we can obtain by patron orders if we keep up with them. The question is are they going to be ones we want to fill at any point, and are they going to land on things that we even have the recipe for? The level of random with this is borderline disgusting, but We can spend 340 gold to make this that gives us 1 knowledge point. Whoopty frig. Obviously, never expected the catch-up to be free, but it's equally not cheap either. I look at it from the perspective that some of these crafting professions, or all of these crafting professions, have over 500 knowledge points. Nearly every single, I think the exception is probably engineering, but I think all of the professions have over 500 knowledge points. You do not want to be spending too much on each knowledge point, because that will add up really fast. $400 gold doesn't sound too bad individually, but if you think how much you've spent by the time you spent 400 gold on each knowledge point, like 100 times, all of a sudden you're looking at some big numbers. Most of the time you're not looking to max the trees, maybe half of them. That is true. You will get to a point where you'll have unlocked like a good amount of stuff, yes. Yeah, that is definitely going to help. But I'm trying to get into the habit of being Scrooge McDuck with my knowledge points via patron orders. The more Scrooge-alicious I think I am, the better in the long term. Especially because I'm doing so many characters with so many professions. The amount of the expenditure adds up fast. If we can... If we can proc resourcefulness on these, then you can make some stuff back, but I spec'd my tool into multicraft. I could put a basic bitch enchant on it, couldn't I, for resourcefulness? It's probably not a terrible idea thinking about it. Let's do exactly that. TSM graphs disagree slightly about being Scrooge. Well, my TSM graph is looking better. I've rectified the problem that we had at the beginning of aggressive spending. This is why Scrooge McDuck mode is activated, you know, because I got into the habit of spending a lot of gold very quickly at the beginning, and we nosedived our gold. But since I turned the spending taps off, we've recuperated it and more since. So, but in the last week, I've not done much at all other than basically break even. This is because I'm both making a little bit of gold still by doing a little bit of top tier crafting, but at the same time I'm spending gold setting up concentration on, so it's a +1 -1 over the last week or so.
I have an extended supply.
But I deliberately, I was saying this last week, I deliberately have started to tone back the aggression towards goal making, because it's just time consuming, and there's other things I want to be doing. I need to update the guide. I need to work a little bit on some more YouTube content, because I've really let YouTube down, Team YouTube down. I should really get back into the swing of things with YouTube. It's a love-hate relationship with me with YouTube. I love that it's my baby. It's like where I grew my public image from. But at the same time, it's so frustrating sometimes because it's almost impossible to not try and play the algorithm game. I prefer to make videos when I like to make the videos on topics that I think are going to be useful for people, rather than sticking to a you must upload a video every day kind of schedule, because then you end up just pumping out trash. Why was I here? God, pre-coffee brain. Enchant tool, resourcefulness. Give me a cheap one because we're not spending big. Well, the difference between those is minuscule, so we'll have one of those.
Return and peruse my
It probably won't pay itself back too much, but one or two procs on a what do you call it? Say an alloy or something will pay itself for sure. Made a modest amount so far. Bought the 500,000 Warbank slot. I think I'm still missing the 5th slot. I was not willing to dump gold on the 5th slot. But yes, I think I've bought the 4th. I got to admit, the war bank has been incredibly useful for me. I do not know how I would have dealt with this expansion so far without the war bank, truth be told. It's, even though I can't use it for patron orders, but for just general crafting, oh my god, just having all of the mats in the bank and all of my characters being able to pull from it is wonderful. The 5th slot is 38,000 gold per slot. Oh my god. Yeah, when you break it down like that, it's actually gross. It's just a status symbol thing at that point, isn't it? I don't even know what I was looking at here. I looked at you and I decided I probably don't want to do that one, but I might do it anyway just because I do need the knowledge points a little bit at the moment. Let's... We need bismuth, core alloys. Let's take a little bit of a look at the rest of the orders. Bismuth, core alloys, iron claw maybe, crystalline powder maybe, null stone. We're not going to do that one, are we? There's no way we're doing that one. If it doesn't provide the null stone, you can get bent. A bit of crystalline powder. Some crystalline powder, some bismuth, presumably. Quality 1, quality 2, quality 3. Some alloys. Not many pre-crafted alloys in the bank, actually. Need to rectify that on my main blacksmith. Need to stock up again. We'll do that one. It's another knowledge point. This one will do as well. It's another knowledge point. Any guide on how to set up the alts for concentration? Just tuned in. Not any strict guide per se, other than the fact I've done it a lot on stream over the last few days. So the VODs will practically give you a full step-by-step walkthrough. I can't link you to anything specific, unfortunately, right now. One thing I will be looking at doing is updating my actual written guide with all of this info once I've sort of, you know, got it down. I made some notes the other day, actually, for jewel crafting gem build and the concepts behind it. I put this together a few days ago. This is specifically for jewel crafting, mind, but it will arguably work the same either way. So, yeah, roughly what to do to level up jewel crafting and then what you do from there on. It's not, like, the concept is pretty simple. You want to get yourself some basic tools. Nothing fancy, don't overspend on them. Get yourself some basic tools, just so you get some basic stats behind you. You want to level your profession up in as cheap a way as humanly possible. You are Scrooge McDucking this. You are saving every penny you possibly can whilst leveling it up, because every penny you spend is, you know, more time before it pays itself back. You want to make sure that you don't have to push to max. You don't have to get the 100 plus 40 build just yet. That's a long way away. You're doing everything on the cheap. The way I'm speccing in most of my professions, which is different to many other content creators out there, be aware that there's not just one way of doing this, but I'm generalizing my builds quite heavily. I'm unlocking things, but I'm not spending any more than I absolutely need to. For example, here I've spent points to unlock trade tools, to unlock trade accessories, so I can craft some gear for my own alts, but I've not overspent in this because at the moment I don't need to. I've figured out that I can craft these things when needed at quality 4 guaranteed already, and I then use concentration if I ever want to get them to quality 5. Whereas if I wanted to guarantee them at quality 5, I'd have to spend a lot more knowledge points doing that. So I'm trying to unlock as many things as possible. Blacksmithing's probably not the best example of this. Everybody's looking at enchanting, really. But I'm trying to unlock as much things as I can. You see, I'm putting points in numerous different trees. Instead of hyper-focusing on any one category of enchant, I've tried to spread it out so I unlock all of them and become reasonably good at crafting all of them. Never trying to be the best at anything, because being the best at anything is expensive for knowledge points, and you don't have the knowledge points to be specialist in everything yet. Concentration builds is about options. It's about being able to log that character on and have options, and you can pick and choose what you craft based on where your concentration is most valuable to you. If you spend all of your points hyper-focusing in one direction and that one thing tanks, you've bricked your entire profession, because gaining knowledge points after that first splurge, you get 100 knowledge points, 80 to 100 knowledge points you can get quite quickly, but after that it slows down, the tap turns off. So for concentrate, and many concentration alts probably won't gain any more knowledge points than that first splurge. So if you hyper focus on a concentration alt, I worry that market is going to tank, and you've just bricked that character then. But these general rules apply to any profession you're trying to use concentration on predominantly. Nice to see you using the concentration optimization. Yeah, I've been tinkering around with it the last few days. It's very helpful. It's very helpful for seeing and suggesting things that you could and should be crafting, rather than everybody making a crystalline radiance chest enchant and the market going to shit within 24 hours because of it. It's kind of nice to tinker with it. I'm at the point now where I kind of can't suggest anybody to not use craft sim. It's in a good place. Okay, I've been logged onto this character for like 20 minutes now, and I've done absolutely nothing other than press 2 buttons. This is the kind of progress that slows me down. No real strong incentive to do these. I mean, I'll spend a little bit on knowledge points, but anything else you can go to... Average bag value is about 200 gold, apparently. Average bag value, well, it's about 120 gold, apparently, is the average bag value if you exclude null stones. If you consider any null stone, you get one of these a bonus. These are worth about 120 gold a piece on average by the time you've opened enough of them. That means we're still paying like 150 gold for the artisan security here. But it gets a patron order off. It gets an order off my list. I don't think that really matters. That would be a really nice one, you know. Oh no, it wouldn't, because you didn't provide any of the alloys. You absolute scumbag. It's got nice rewards on it. An unraveled instructions and an augment rune. That's a nice wombo combo on the rewards there, but if you don't provide these things, woof, it's not happening. Blacksmithing's super harsh in this regard. Okay, I don't really think I've got much else to use my concentration with on blacksmithing, or at least not for my own personal use right now, so let's do a quick recipe scan. Let's see where we can spend our concentration. Any feedback on the patron order queuing, or does it annoy because of the Warbank bug? Well, I've chosen not to use it, mostly for that reason. The fact I can't pull my materials from the Warbank, I just haven't bothered. I'm not trying to just queue and just film them all. I'm being super selective, so I'm manually doing all of my patron orders still. But that day may change. Right, Ironclaw Razorstone would be a good place to spend our concentration, but I don't have the recipe. How do we rectify that? Means of production tool enhancement. We're kind of there anyway, aren't we? Means of production, tool enhancement. I think we can actually unlock that. Means of production, tool enhancement. Now, unlocking that is going to be at the cost of weapon stones. So that's risky business. YOLO. Now we can make the Iron Claw Razor Stone. So here we can see that we can already extract about 9 gold per concentration from crafting this. It's going to take 258 concentration to make each one, which means we've got enough for probably three crafts there. We're likely to need quality 2 core alloys. Oh, actually, are we? Is it? Oh, Lord have mercy. We are inches away. We're 7 skill points away. We're going to have to use quality 3 core alloys to get into... Oh, that's not fun. Tool stones are still 1 stone per craft. Weapon stones was buffed to 4, I think, recently. It was, yeah, it was. Oh, I've got a few of these crafts. Let me make a few alloys real quick. Oh, I'm also short on making... Okay. I need 5 skill points real quick. Oh, multi-craft, we'll take that. I'm going to add some filters like only knowledge points, rewards, and so on. That sort of stuff would be useful. Right, okay, there's 5 of those then. Does that change? That's probably not going to change our ability to make these very well, is it? We're still going to be... we're literally 2 points short. We're literally 2 points short. We need 258 and we've got 256. That is unless quality 2s of these. Humorously, optimized concentration surely should be quality 2 on these anyway, right? Still telling me to use a Q3 alloy, which is probably mathematically correct. I'm going to regret putting those points there if I do that. Okay, even though I have just unlocked that. Oh, I get a first time craft bonus. Any first time craft bonuses? Easy first time craft bonuses? Oh, okay. I'm going to go against the optimal here a little bit. Oh my god, I'm short on this as well. Oh, it's not quite come together yet. It's not quite come together yet, has it? I need a few more skill points before this actually works properly. That's why I haven't crafted these. I'm in limbo right now. Yeah, I remember this with blacksmithing. Getting past skill 70 is just painful. I'm almost tempted to just come back in 5 hours' time. This doesn't cap out until midnight. So I won't cap my concentration even if I leave it right now. I'll come back later. I'll just come back later, that's fine. Enchanting, I do want to leave this here because I'm probably going to put in some orders for some rune nullstone rods on a couple of my alts today. And I'll want to be able to make them at Q5, which is possible, but it's going to take 476 concentration each time. So that's like, what, basically 950 for 2, isn't it? So we're going to pull the concentration here as well. Right, we're going to move on. Beef and milk, he has an awful lot of concentration. Spent half an hour on that character and didn't actually do anything on it. Where's beef and milk? I found these in the store the other day. They're apparently limited edition, but I never know how limited edition that actually means. These are these are brownie M&Ms. These things, if my camera will focus, these things, right? Filthy. Absolutely filthy. They're big and all, like, some big balls. Mmm. Very good, very nice. Right, enchanting. Let's have a look. M&M's advent calendar this year. I don't know, actually. Oh, God, yeah, advent calendars. It's nearly that season again, isn't it? Oh, my lord. Right, let's just burn some concentration. I'm not sure why it scans much faster on some characters than others. Right, serious lack of actual enchants in ownership, which is a problem. Defender's March is doing well for me right now. Council's Gilly's also doing reasonably well. How much concentration we got? 700. So we're going to be able to only going to be able to do it twice anyway. We'll go with Council's Gilly. 2, 2, and 2 to begin with. Hit the concentration button. Let's not optimize for top profit, but we're going to optimize for concentration instead. Which is going to be 299 concentration using quality 2 materials all throughout. We can select an enchant, throw it on a vellum. Now, why did that randomly change all of a sudden as soon as I put that on a vellum? Don't know. It randomly changed. It's fine. Concentration optimization, it uses a lot of CPU dependent on the amount of reagents. Oh, okay. But even between characters that have the same professions, like some of my enchanters are lightning fast, and then some of them, they just chug along. I don't know why. Actually, I've done all of that before I've actually done a shatter. Whoops. Always forget to do my shatter. Now we go back and do it again. We were doing Council's Gilly, weren't we? I haven't pushed this dude to 100 either. I wonder if I push this dude to 100 first, real quick. We're going to get distracted by squirrels, but pushing this dude to 100 is not impossible. Where did I put spec points in this? I'm putting some more points in here, but I've got all of these. Ooh. Okay, we do take a bit of a loss on these. But we only need to make 6 of them. Is it worth the 6k? Is it worth the 6k right now just to push this? I think it probably is. It's not even 6k, is it? It's like 5,000 gold to push this to 100 right now, which I think is probably worth doing. Okay, that's not going to make any difference either. What about the cheap ones? Oh no, because we're not using ingenuity. I'm going to make a few of these. Oh, it was a first time craft as well. Oh, even more value then. Might be already quote unquote near optimum. It essentially buys higher quality reagents whilst comparing concentration point values to concentration values gained based on skill 1 reagent upgrade nets you. And it does this as long as it nets you more value than would buy with the reagent. Oh, I see. Right, yeah. Okay, yeah. So as your spec actually gets better, it needs to do less calculations, I guess, then. Hey, we saved the tinderbox. We've saved the tinderbox twice, actually. Oh, I didn't even realise that. I didn't even realise we saved the tinderbox twice. Oh, that's Christmas. Didn't save a tinderbox that time, though. Game hates me. Now I'm out of tinderboxes. Now I'm technically going to need 2 more, aren't I? If you say you want to save a tinderbox, you will not need to sneak up on it, clearly. That's obviously how it works.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Feels a bit weird going to the auction house and searching for Tinder. I'm a happily married man. I don't need Tinder in my life.
My directive has been fulfilled.
In a way, I'm kind of... it's kind of good we don't get multicraft on enchants. They're already ridiculous enough as they are. $98. 1 more for good luck. Okay, that's enchanting 100 on another toon without it really costing us too much. It's an investment that's worthwhile making because now it's less concentration every time. That's kind of the point, right? What we were going to make? We were going to make the Council's Gilly, which now should look a little bit different than what it did a minute ago. Oh, if we're going to optimize for concentration, going to Q3 actually. What was it, 299 before? Now it's down to 272. So we've now got a permanent... pushing that there is basically a permanent 10% reduction on our concentration from this point on. From 299, yeah, pretty much exactly to the penny. About a 10% reduction on concentration. For about 5,000 or 6,000 gold. Extracting about 16 gold worth of value out of each concentration spent here. In fact, even better than that by the time we actually press the optimize button properly. Using all Q2 mats, we can make a bunch of profit, but more importantly, extract 18 gold on average out of every point of concentration. I should still point out this is an average. If we look at stats. If we look at stats real quick, you'll see there's a 70% chance we don't proc anything on our resourcefulness. But then on the 20% of the time we do proc resourcefulness, we'll make a little bit more profit. So this is an average. But that's going to be the same for all of them. You can see we're still pretty high on the concentration curve here. It can go much cheaper. But the cost would be less favourable. Out of curiosity. Oh, it's close, look. Yeah, when you start using higher tier, the higher tier materials are, even though you can get your concentration way down, it's still worth, in my scenario, just to use Q2 mats across the board. Concentration reducing dust on Q2 is almost giving you even more concentration value. I use it always for my craft. These are on the these are borderline to where I wonder if it's worth using or not. Frameworks, tier 1 frameworks drop it down, and forged frameworks basically are exactly the same right now. I usually look at anything that costs more than 5,000 gold. Why is this? Yeah, because this is only a Ringing Deeps one. If it's a tinderbox craft, then yes. Concentration, concentrate. I've not ever really picked up much of this, though. Maybe I'll grab a couple of that just to have a little look. Concentrating, concentrate.
My directive is to serve you.
I'm never going to use the Q3, but I just want to see what it looks like. Yeah, I know you can sim stuff, but if the sim looks good, then I'm going to need to go buy it anyway, right? And if the sim doesn't look good, I'll put it in the bank until next time. It's backwards logic, but it works. Two, and 2. Optimized, should be optimized. Throwing one of these in there does push it up ever so slightly to 19. 19.29. Yeah, does work slightly, 8% less concentration. Down to 248. We still got our shatter on the go. We do. Let's make sure we actually remember to press the concentration button, otherwise it's not going to do shit. Right, go. Saved some reagents. Saved the shards though. We want a big reagent, big resourcefulness proc. That's no proc at all. Oh, you are jesting me. We are like 10 concentration short. It's annoying. How would you get the additional reagent optimization window out? I don't seem to have that on mine. This thing, it's one of these, reagent optimization. Boop, boop. Alright, we can send those to get sold. Let's look at jewel crafting real quick. Less science that goes into jewel crafting. Recipe scan. Damn, we don't have those stupid ominous energy crystals. What we do have though is masterful onyxes. Is this a crafter that's spec'd into onyxes? Yes, masterful onyxes. Q2, bit of concentrate, optimize for minimum concentration. We are already there, ready to rock and roll. Concentrate doesn't work over here, but do we have 50% skill? I wonder if that's worth using there. Wow, still can't even turn a profit even using one of these without using... That's quite cool though. What if we just use Q2? Optimize for profit. Okay, still can't quite get there. Anyway, distractions. Press U. Optimize for concentration. Optimized. Press the button. Go. 10 gold per concentration point. We'll take it. God, jewel crafting is so much easier. If you don't mess about with anything, you can actually blast through these really quick. Right, donut balls next. I'm a prime example of wasting too much time, honestly, but... Oh, it's died. Oh no. Is it dead? Hang on. One thing I have noticed is it's probably going to scan that as well in a second. Still over 60 gold per concentration on these. God, I wish I had those recipes. Defender's March. Tinderbox recipes. We got enough concentration. Let's do a recraft, a shatter even. No, one of them. What are we looking here? 2, maybe 3 if we get lucky. Let's go grab a couple of tinder boxes then. 171 we can get it down to. Oh, that's fun. 171, so we probably need at least 3 tinder boxes. Oh, hello.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic,
Now I need a pigeon.
bring it to me.
Where's me pigeon? I should stop calling it a pigeon because I can't actually remember its name. A Huna perch, that's the one. Oh! Oh, that's just shit to disenchant, I see. So what were we doing here? He was asking me to do some funny business here. He was asking me to use Q3 Gleaming Shards, as it's more valuable from a concentration perspective to do it that way, which is fun. We'll take that. 171. Slam that on there. We do have the advantage of having a reasonably set up Wound Null Stone Rod on this dude as well, due to it being the main enchanter. Enchant, go. Forgot to use the concentrate there. Whoops. Alright, maybe next time. No, I can't live with the next time. I've got to do it properly now. I know that it's the proper way of doing it.
I have
Something
an
else
extended
then
supply of goods for outlanders.
that I probably need to bring in-house. Let's buy 50 of these. And let's buy 50 of these. Slam them in the guild bank, forget about them. Can you use finishing reagents from the war bank on normal stuff? You must be able to, right? I guess now I'll find out.
My directive is to serve you.
Well, crafting from the war bank's always been available. It's flipping patron orders that's the problem. It was asking me to use high tier versions of those, I believe. Yes. If we slam you in there, it goes up to 31. 31.72, 31 point... Okay, we'll take that one. Down to 156. We'll take it. Oh, saved a tinderbox. Yeah, boy. I was about to say I need to go buy some more tinderboxes, but that might be my get out of jail free card right there. Or it would have been my get out of jail free card if it wasn't for that damn ingenious breakthrough. It's now going to go and cost me another tinderbox. I knew I should have bought a bunch of them. The only reason I don't want to buy a bunch of tinderboxes is because their price is so goddamn volatile right now.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
But this is... Maybe I just buy 10 and put them in the bank all the same. 10's not gonna cripple me, is it? DPS is getting satchels for random heroics? Oh lord. That should never happen. That's borderline illegal. Dead game. Talk about dead game. Wait, what do you mean not enough? Wait, where did it go? Wait. Wait, I swear we had enough. Swear I had enough. Oh, I'm short by like 10 concentration. That's embarrassing. What if we do this? 49? Oh, you're jesting me. Okay, that was just a pipe dream. Hang on, what about if we do this? What about if we do this? 46. Yes! It's not optimal, but it's fine. It's not optimal, but we will take it. Chipping into our profit margins a little bit there for the sake of crafting one more. But I'll take it. Right, that's min-maxing concentration. And we saved the tinderbox again. Was that 3 out of 5 enchants I saved the tinderbox on? How many of those did I make? I made 5, and I'm pretty sure I saved the tinderbox 3 times. That's actually filthy. That is actually gross. Okay. Move on. Dual crafting. Can't expect the same sort of luck from dual crafting, unfortunately. Go buy a lottery ticket. I don't need a lottery ticket. I've already won. Disable some of those hacks. People might start suspecting you. I know. Shocking, isn't it? Verse sapphires. Are we spec'd into sapphires? No, we're spec'd into rubies. Is there a ruby I can craft that's going to work better? Just out of pure curiosity. Verse sapphires. Is there a ruby that's at least close on the list? Verse sapphires 889, rubies 839. I'll make some deadly ruby. I'll make a deadly ruby. Just simply no. I want one that gives me knowledge. I want one that gives me spec points. Anything but the deadly ruby. Verse ruby? Verse ruby will do. $416. Oh, what a multi-craft! Oh God, more hacks, more hacks. Trust me when I say the luck won't last. The luck won't last. But that is amusing all the same. Saved 3 tinderboxes on 5 enchants and got multi-craft on 1 gem. Yeah, boy. Streamer privileges. Quit while you're ahead. That's it. I'm done now. Log off. Log off. Come back tomorrow. We are done. Right, nerf frogs next. Is Craft Sim taking prices from TSM or from Auctionator? From TSM. Auctionator is good for like minute by minute pricing for like before you go and craft a bunch of shit. But for like concentration stuff, I rely more on TSM. Because by this point, the TSM prices are pretty reliable. My auctioning of all of this stuff is based on TSM as well, so it all balances out. And the advantage you have, right? The advantage you have when you're doing these concentration builds is you don't need to be the cheapest. You have such a small stack of inventory. You craft so few things. You don't need to post it at the cheapest price. It's okay to post it at 20% above whatever the minimum price is right now, knowing that it will still probably sell. You can spend way more time focusing on selling one thing at the right time rather than like, I must sell it right now for the cheapest possible price. I think my game's dead though. Is this dead game again? This happened to me yesterday. I don't know why my client keeps crashing. And there's a strong chance that it will kick me out of that character for like 20 minutes now as well. Well, I guess that's what they call karma, isn't it? It's karma for that. Those clear and obvious concentration hacks. Dead game. Right, let's try again. Question is, did it log me in far enough for the character to now be considered offline or already online or whatever the error comes up as? Character with that name is already logged on. Please go away. Yeah. Okay, well that character's toast for a while then. Alrighty. Let's try you instead. And just to clearly make the problem even worse, let's log the bank character on at the same time. Welcome in, Derp. Good morning, good morning. Although I do think I might have bust it again. I don't want to log that character on just yet. I want this one to work. Have I now bricked 2 characters on my account? I think it's toast, you know. Like, actually dead game, dead game. No. We'll play that later. Right. Don't touch anything. I know you meant to say jewelry spec there, but maybe if you shorten the word jewelry, don't shorten it to just Jew. What do you want to know about my jewellery spec? I have many different specs on many different jewel crafters. What are you looking to do? Yeah, start asking me about my Jew spec. Blonde, blue eyes. Probably doesn't go down very well, you know. For cutting gems, for gem cutting, you can basically diversify as much as you like. I would suggest that at the moment, you pick a gem color and go with it. You want to fill out gem cutting to full 50 points. You want to max this one out first. If you want to go the full diversify route and have access to all of the different gems, but not really be a master at cutting any of them, you can fill these center nodes out first. Or you can choose to just hyper focus on one and get really good at crafting these. That will be the route that you need to go if you want to guarantee them at quality 3. And mass produce them at quality 3. But that's also very competitive. I'm mostly setting up my jewel crafters in this sort of fashion where I unlock everything. You know, give myself the choice of all the different gems, but not really. You know, I can craft all of these at quality 2 really easily. But yeah, you just work from the center outwards really for jewel crafting. It's up to you. The thing about specs is people hyper focus on the spec trees quite heavily. The reality is you'll fill it out eventually anyway. It's just a question of what do you want to do first. You're going to want to keep up with your knowledge points and stuff throughout the expansion. So he who sticks with it makes the most gold. Persistence is what pays off with these new crafting professions now. Maxing out the center nodes help with the blasphemite cuts as well. Yeah, if you look at... I've only got the meme one, but... These, if you want to craft these at top quality as well, you're going to need a bunch of points in here. Because you can see, if you read the little tooltip here, specialize in the art of cutting emeralds and blasphemites, onyxes and blasphemites, rubies and blasphemites. So if you want to be really good at cutting the meta gems, you're going to need points in all of these. Okay, I logged onto this character just to try and get a character logged on. Let's get the bank character loaded. Let's sell some of this stuff we've crafted already this morning. Empty yesterday's mailbox if there's anything there. Not a huge amount I need to do on this character right now, I don't think. These two characters, I think I've bricked them. Okay, I'm keeping most of my concentration below 500. I want to try and keep my concentration on most of my characters below 500 if I can, simply because that means I can take a day off and not have to worry about it. You know, I could not log on to the game tomorrow, come back on, you know, the day after tomorrow, and everything might have started capping out, but not for too long. This is going to be something that's going to grind on me, though. I'm well aware of the fact that this kind of like use it or lose it concentration method will get overly repetitive, should we say.
Goodbye.
Yes, it will start to feel like all you end up doing is chasing your tail with concentration. This is why those characters who are setting up 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 alts, you don't know what you're getting yourself in for. Simply cycling through them alone is going to take quite a lot of effort, I reckon. It's going to be like that mobile game where you need to log in to start another building. Yeah, it's going to be like Clash of Clans all over again. Okay, 500,000 of gold worth of just random sales from yesterday. I'm still selling through a lot of my potions, so my TSM graph is a bit deceptive because our gold is going up, but that's only going up because I'm still selling out stock. If we go for the last week, for example, I didn't do anything for a few days over the weekend because I rarely even log on at the weekend particularly. But our gold is going up. This is mostly going up because of selling out old stock. It's not really going up. This isn't due to the concentration bills. The gold I'm making with concentration bills right now is only covering setting up yet more characters. So it's a bit deceptive, but... Oh, hang on. Is everything in a group even? Have I got everything in my groups? Yeah, no ungrouped items.
How may I aid you?
What's this thing you pair are talking about? What you waggo in? Profession tool stat text? What does it do? I don't know what it does. God, how many flipping adverts on that website? Traversing the internet without ad block is dangerous at times. Even on websites you mostly trust. Right. That's most stuff listed for now. Start getting some stuff filtering through. There's part of me that wants to create a separate bank character specifically for items crafted with concentration. The logic for this is that there are some things that are just random stuff that you just want to get them sold, because getting them sold, you know, selling stuff, just getting it gone is better than it just sitting lying around. But as I mentioned earlier, this concentration craft stuff, you're not actually in any rush to sell it, or you shouldn't be in any rush to sell it, because you produce items in very, very, very small quantities. You're producing one or two of a thing at most, which means you don't have to be too aggressive with how you sell it. I kind of want to set up a TSM profile for concentration crafted items that's different from my usual TSM just sell everything quickly profile. One that sort of throws things out there more like, you know, market rates rather than strictly posting at the cheapest price. If it takes, you know, a couple of relists to sell the thing at market rate, it's still fine because it's massively profitable. You can, of course, just sell it and sell it for the cheapest possible price, but I don't know. I haven't decided. Back to the couch to get well. Coding went ill. No good. If I'm ever ill, I can't even sit at my computer. And the same if I've got a hangover. Some people, you know, some people when they're ill, they'll just slouch in front of the computer all day. I just physically can't do it. The screens give me a headache when I'm ill. So yeah, Get well soon. 2, get horizontal on that couch. It's the best thing for you. We'll pester you again in a few days for some craft sim updates. But yeah, health comes first. Right, that's doing its thing anyway. Let's see if it'll let us log into those characters now. Who was it we needed to log into? Nerf Frogs. Where's he gone? Right, don't touch anything. Apart from maybe coffee. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. Thinking about... Hey, it let us in. Success. Right, let's let everything load though. So we can get some frames. Some frames would be lovely, game. Right, this, for example, is one of the characters that's close to being a candidate for an enchanting tool. He needs 400 artisan security to do it, though, so... Although he hasn't done any of the weekly enchanting stuff. So he's got some catch-up still to do. Oh my god, and he's still only skill 70. Ooh. Gross. Right, well, let's... There's a time and a place for fixing this, and it's not now. The time and the place now is to quickly burn some concentration and move on. I would rather get to getting some more characters online rather than tinkering with the ones we've already got today, I think. Are we back to Defender's March or Council's Gilly again? See, this is the problem. If you don't buy any recipes, you put yourself in a bit of an odd situation. Odd situation being that you end up crafting all the same thing. Let's do some Storm Rider's Fury this time round. Let's change it up a little bit. Let's get Q2s, Q2. Are we running out of Storm Dust? Oh my god, we've run out of Storm Dust. This dude doesn't have any gold to buy any Storm Dust either. It's all gone horribly wrong. He didn't even have the gold to buy the Storm Dust. Let's fix it this way. Let's do it old school. Buy shit on the bank character, send it where it needs to go.
Go in peace.
Who's this tune? Nerf Frogs. The birth. Oh, we got the bag at least on this dude. So we made some progress in the right direction. Let's do our shatter first, because I always forget. Then we were doing Storm Rider's Fury. $15.36, $15.85, 16.4. We'll take 16.4. 276 is probably good for 2. We got the mats for 2. Running low on gleaming shards as well. Okay. 2 of those. Let's do drone crafting real fast. Stop. What do I set tailoring to use concentration on? Spell threads is probably your best option. Although there isn't many options with tailoring. You're probably going to bounce between spell threads and bolts, epic bolts, I would guess. But tailoring doesn't have the most lucrative concentration stuff. But at least it has a backup with its bolts, so... We went into emeralds over here. So quick emeralds, or masterful emeralds. $10.15, $10.36, $10.48. Multicraft, multicraft, multicraft. Never lucky. Game hates me. Actually, we'll go over here. Right, who next? Anybody over 500 still? She Bows. Probably the last character we need to look at for concentration today. And then we can start setting some new ones up. I might look at setting up alchemy and tailoring on a bunch of my alts today. As much as I love enchanting and drawn crafting, I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. I want to spread them out a little bit, so if and as and when some of the professions get massively oversaturated, that there are still options other places. What I haven't decided, though, is how I'm going to spec those alchemists. Because part of me absolutely definitely wants to just spec them all into making flasks. But I already suspect that there's a lot of people who have done the same. And I'm thinking about zigging when everybody zags, you know? Come to the thaumaturgy side. It's possible. It's very possible. Storm Rider's Fury again. Council Gilly. Algari Ingenuity. This is probably popping off, you know, this Algari Ingenuity, just by proxy of the fact that everybody's setting up these alts and everybody's stacking Ingenuity to do it. $403 per. We can actually only make one. $15.40. Yeah, $15.40. Oh, I didn't do my shatter. Every time. Gotta sacrifice a crystalline powder to the shatter gods before we do this. What was I looking at crafting? The Algari Ingenuity one. Oh, it's not going to work if we don't press the concentrate button. That'd be tragic, wouldn't it? Alright, go. Saved the ringing deep ingot. What do we spec to in jewel crafting for this dude? We went rubies on this fella. Rubies into sapphires and we're moving on. So let's see if we can find a ruby cut. Which ruby cut's going to be? Most valuable ruby cut is, surprise, surprise, the deadly one again. I'm going to do versatile ones just because it gives me skill points as well, and it's basically the same. $365, 6, 7 something. Okay, we're not going to get two of these without a proc. Multicraft. Ooh, we saved some reagents though, we'll take it, okay. See, that's literally, you go to 2 tables and you craft 2 things and you move on. Like, this is the speed in which you should be able to fire through these characters eventually. The time is, the time is in setting them up and doing their weekly stuff and keeping up with that side of things, which is not what I've really focused on here. That's not the right character. No, don't like that. Should we try that again? Right. That's my characters all to a reasonable level of concentration. So what I now need to do is I've got some alchemy and engineering to set up initially on this long time toon of mine. I've not set up alchemy or engineering at all on these character. This is likely to actually be my main thaumaturgy alchemist. So maybe we play with that for a bit. Mostly because we need to get that up and running, because leveling the damn thing's a pain in the ass when... a real pain in the ass when you're on 15-minute cooldown timers all the time. Which profession do you recommend for a new casual crafter? Enchanting, jewel crafting, alchemy, tailoring. They're 4 good options for all for similar but slightly different reasons. Professions that craft consumables for others are pretty easy to get into. They're hyper competitive at the top end, but they have the luxury of that they're quite easy to get into. There's a strong chance I should be throwing all of this in the bin. Let me go and assess just how much of this should be thrown in the bin. I literally have shit in my bags from last Hallows Eve on this character. I've still got wands and pumpkins and all. Oh my god. I've not played this character for nearly a year properly. That's quite amusing. Amusing and tragic at the same time. Oh wow, his gear's actually terrible as well. Oh my god. Oh my god, how many times did I try and spell the word delete then? There's no way I'm ever going to need any of these to get rid of them all. Oh no, shit, I've just realised. My gear's tragic. These are, oh my god, these are scarily upgrades for this dude. Quick, give me back. Give me back.
Hello there.
I just suddenly realised. All that trash gear is all of a sudden actually an upgrade for this fella. That's why it's on. That's why it's here in the first place. Ha! Lol. That's funny. Ah, gods of my man. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Get the hype season on the go. How is it highlighted that so crazily in the chat? That's awesome. These new power-ups are interesting. I don't actually have I don't have my actual stream open the same way you do. My dashboard looks very different. But for a while, none of the power-ups showed up in the dashboard, but now they've changed it so they show up in the dashboard. So I actually see them properly now, which is cool. That's definitely an interesting way of highlighting a message. I like it. I like it. We've done boots, shoulders. Right, the rest of them we can sell. Oh, 420, YOLO. Right, the rest of that gear just goes in the bin, right? 441. 441 bow. Okay, we got 450 bow for some reason. Right, the rest of that gear just goes in the bin. Operation trash everything. Commence. What do we got here? Belts of the Guardian, Outland Blacksmithing, Soulbound, not a blacksmith. Once again, not a blacksmith. Same quest item in my bags twice somehow. Don't know how that works. Get rid of all of this. Nobody cares about any of this. Let's get rid of this. Random ass vault keys. Leash. Boulders will save. Sinister squashlings. Get Get rid of those. Wow. It's probably why half of this is still in my bags, because you can't vendor it. Oh my god, can you not vendor any of this Hallows Eve stuff still? 15 years on, 20 years on. Bags are going to get full of it again soon. I win buttons. Sold. If there's anything of any value in here, just close your eyes, don't look. It's all going in the bin. Right, there we go. Right, that'll do me. That's clean enough. We'll take that. Talent points. Whoops. These are all last expansions quests. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Right. Go. Oh, no, 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 no. Spoilers. Prices are falling off a cliff. It's fine, don't you worry. That's what prices do at this point in the season. A profitable market is the most risky market. Right, what we got in terms of... Let's clean these bags a little bit, because these are also... Summon Poco Pock! That's not one we need anymore. Summon Poco Pock. Oh dear. Let's get our bags in order. Bars in order. We need our pigeon. Keep pigeon button. All of these buttons we don't need. These aren't abilities we use. This dude is an this dude is engineering, and he also has alchemy, so we'll leave those there. We'll put the pigeon there. Where's our warbank button? That's a button I need. Where's the warbank button? Oh, it's here for some reason. Warbank button, pigeon button. Dire Beast we don't use. Switch flight style can go up there, I suppose. Binding shot should be keybound, but I never bother using it. Misdirection, primal rage is keybound. Right, what are we missing? What are we missing? I'm missing my vendor mount button. My yak. And buttons to kill things, buttons. Pet utility button goes down there. Call of the Wild goes down there. I'm missing Cobra Shot. That's quite important for a hunter, usually, historically. That'll probably do me. Right. Alchemy. Right, time to set up Thaumaturgy. I've not set this up so far, this expansion. This is going to be a new adventure for everybody involved. Where's the trainer? There you are. Don't do it, it's awful. I want one character that's fully spec'd in Thaumaturgy. Awful or not. We need to update some add-ons here. Good buying opportunity if you have spare capital and patience. Well, this is a doom and gloom week, but you could have seen that a mile away because there's no catalyst, there's no spark this week. Last week we had last Wednesday was like the pinnacle of demand. Demand was not going to get any bigger than it was last Wednesday. It was the first Mythic Vault. We had a catalyst, like literally everything happened, right? Mythic Vault, Spark, Catalyst week. It was just boom. Last Wednesday was massive, humongous. That's the biggest it will ever get this season. Probably the biggest it will ever get this expansion. This week is the midpoint, and it's a bit of an off week because nothing special happened this reset. So it's kind of more like business as usual. Things just are ticking over this week. But people took their experiences from the Wednesday prior, where the demand was at probably its highest it will ever be, and they took that to assume that the same thing was going to happen this week. That's where some of those assumptions were proven wrong. As prices of stuff, demand for stuff was never going to be as high this week as it was last week. Next week, it might be a little bit better, but it still won't be as big as it was last Wednesday. It'll be a little bit better next week for the fact that you will have a new Spark, so that will put a demand on crafted gear and everything that comes along with it. You'll get a new Catalyst, so people will be catalyzing a piece of gear and then upgrading it and all the good stuff that comes along with it. So this is kind of like, this is a bit of a lull week. And is hence why I have not done much mass crafting or selling of stuff, because, yeah, prices are going to be in the bin this week. These are the patterns you start to see, and you start to be able to see them before they happen once you've experienced them a few times. As soon as you've seen them once or twice, you kind of know what to look for. Oh, I should go pick up engineering at least first before we do this. When I sell all my stock, I'll have made a profit, granted a small one considering the amount of gold I spent, but it was fun and a learning experience. To be able to do that in a week, which, as we've just mentioned, is a bit of a lull, will mean that you'll be in good standing for next time when demand might be different. Which bag is the biggest bag? Her bag is usually massive. Say hello to you. Say hello to you. I predict weapon blacksmiths will have more work come Wednesday. Fury warriors are making their second two-handed weapon. That will be big business for sure. And in turn, everything that goes along with it. So like weapon enchants might see a bit more demand than usual. This week is, as far as materials are concerned, there's two significant things that have happened that are important to be aware of. One, like I mentioned, it's what you'd consider an off week. Although we had reset, nothing particularly special happened this reset. And so demand is lower for that reason. But secondly, you also need to look at what a lot of people are then doing instead. Look at myself, look at other content creators, whether they be streamers or YouTubers or whatever the case may be. There's a lot of people that have taken this time to start setting up all of their other characters. So there are clearly going to be some things that you could have made absolute bank off right now. Any material that goes basic storm dust, anything that goes into producing, anything that goes into leveling up, enchanting, jewel crafting, these sorts of things, because there's lots of players out there like myself that are, once again, very similar to the first week or two of the expansion. Once again, there's lots of people that are overnight leveling up a bunch of stuff. This also means that anything that is crafted with those professions in the process of leveling is 5 gold again on the auction house. All of your basic enchants and stuff have all completely tanked due to a huge amount of people all of a sudden leveling a bunch of enchanters again. So there's opportunity there to scoop all of that stuff up and sell it next week when everybody slows down, for example. You just got to zig when people zag. But it's market knowledge and market understanding that allows you to see this before it happens. Right. TED Talk over, though. Let's level alchemy. Let's look at getting... We're going to go... This dude is going to go into thaumaturgy regardless. Just because I've not set up a thaumaturgy alt or character at all so far this expansion. Let's see if I can do this off the dome without referring to any guides or info. Probably might balls this up a touch. We need to get to skill 25 before we can do anything anyway. So we're going to be in the world of experimentations. We're not going to have knowledge points to get formulated, whatchamacalls. Let's go get some new tools, actually, before we get too deep into it. Right, give me a cap. Mixing rod.
Is that your wallet?
What do we want on the mixing rod?
Both, I hope.
Resourcefulness? If we go with thaumaturgy, we probably want resourcefulness, right? Well, we'll get a resourcefulness one to begin with. I might change my opinion on that. Haven't given that much thought. We need an alchemist weaver robe. 551 is the highest. And they're all the same, so grab them. Treyan with the prime, thank you very much. Welcome in. Which server am I on? Mostly Draenor. I say mostly because it's not my only home, but mostly Draenor. We're going to set up engineering as well. Brainwaves. Camouflages. Multi-craft if we can on this. Okay, now why are these so expensive? Scammed. There's a good chance I'm going to need more materials to do this as well, but I'll worry about that in a minute. Right, we need to make a bunch of healing potions to begin with, I suspect, because we're going to need to break those down to neutralize concoctions anyway. We gain skill points from the healing potions whilst we do it. That said, bubbling... Okay, that's a similar price, but it only gives one skill. Neutralizing concoction, we get skill points from. So theoretically, actually, if we buy some cheap potions, can we buy some spammy cheap potions? Let's grab a bunch of those because I know we're going to need them, and probably a bunch of those because I know we're going to need them. Can we go get some dog water cheap potions for our neutralizations? Cheaper than making the healing ones ourselves, I would presume. Consumables, potions, this expansion only. Go. Cave Dweller's Delight. Give me like 500 of those. That should be a good start. Let's also refer to said alchemy guide, because there's the possibility and probability we can make some updates to our leveling path here. More so it allows me to clarify that any of this is still mostly correct. Aim is to use wild experimentation to reach 25. We'll craft healing potions before breaking them down with neutralizing concoctions for core catalysts needed in wild experimentations. Alternatively, you can look to buy cheap potions from the AH for this. What did we buy? Cave Dwellers. You might find some new potion vial flask recipes. You'll want to craft one of every new item for the first time craft bonuses. We'll focus on this later. If your experimentation explodes and puts you on cooldown, finish getting to 25 with potion crafting and neutralizing. I suggest using Q1 herbs for this, although it has a lower chance to learn a new recipe. It will be cheap, and at this point we mostly just need the skill points. You will switch to using uncommon herbs later to fish for new recipes. None of that has changed. The process is very RNG, but you'll ultimately be doing many experimentations later anyway. You might unlock meticulous experimentation. Avoid using this now as it requires artisans' acuity. which is limited, and we'll need as much of this as possible for making tools and unlocking knowledge points after leveling. I still agree with that process. Then you get to skill 25, unlock thaumaturgy, use that to get to skill 50 by doing a shitload of it. 500 of the cheapest rank 1 materials, microbloom, bismuth, are possible options here. The irony is they're probably not the cheapest as it stands, but they're probably all a much of a muchness. Then go get some one-time treasures. Okay, yeah, it looks like nothing here. It has significantly changed. Is it possible to configure rare add-on scanner to ding when it sees a fishing node? I don't know. I would half assume not, because nobody's done it yet. I don't know. It's an interesting thought, though. Right, how far can we push these then? We're going to do it for catalysts a bunch anyway. 16, 18, 20. We can go all the way to 25 just doing this. Well, that's an absolute fucking breeze. Oh shit, that's life hacks level crazy. That's life hacks level crazy. You don't need to mess about with any of this business. Okay. Well, that works. I don't think it's possible because NPCs have IDs. Well, I think pools probably don't. Yeah, it depends how they're... Well, you say that, but, you know, you can get add-ons that... you can get add-ons that will, like, highlight treasures and stuff on your maps. So, I don't know. There might be a possibility. I'm not sure... Oh, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I'm better at playing the game than I am add-ons and that sort of stuff, particularly. Right, thaumaturgy, go. So we're going to get to skill 50 just by smushing stuff. What's the cheapest on the list to smush? It probably is Q1 Microbloom, isn't it? At like about 20 gold a piece. Weaver cloth is too expensive. Gloom chitin is around the same sort of price. Storm charge leather is a bit cheaper actually currently. I could smush down some storm charge leather. This is where I need Rose's thaumaturgy thing. Ha! I don't have a philosopher's stone on this character apparently. How's that possible? He's been an alchemist for all of Dragonflight. What was I using for a philosopher's stone in Dragonflight then? Have I put something in my bags? You know what? I bet I sold it in that mass onslaught of sell everything. There is a very strong chance I sold it. Okay. Are we going to have to make a quick trip to Pandaria here? Unless we're lucky and it's on our buyback tab. No. I clearly sold it, didn't I? Can't you buy... You can buy something that acts as a philosopher's stone. Considering it's not hot topic anymore, I'm sure you can buy something, can't you? What's a Philosopher's Stone item that we can just buy? Craft one, 3 lotuses. Probably is going to require me to go to Pandaria first. That's the problem. I'm being lazy. I want to sell Philosopher's Stone 100k. Yeah, at this point I should just go to the Jade Forest, but I know there's a cheap way of just buying something, but we're already at the price where I should just go to the Jade Forest. Now, which one's the right portal? Jade Forest. Is it in Dawn's Blossom? I think it's in Dawn's Blossom, isn't it? I'm going to assume it's in Dawn's Blossom. Dawn's Blossom. Right, time to fly. Time to take a quick ad break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. Entertain yourselves for a couple. I'll be back in 2. Okie dokie. Are we in the Jade Forest yet? We are. Nice. Is it you? Yeah, there we go. Alchemy supplies. Train me. Boom. Pandaria. Zen alchemy stone. Go. Beautiful. Job done. I started off the day by saying it was really chilly outside. The sun's come out, as you can probably tell, because my room's a lot brighter. Secondly, it's getting quite warm in here now. Mother Nature can't make its mind up. Right, I decided I was going to smush a bunch of leather, wasn't I? Because one, I've already got it, and two, it's probably the cheapest thing to smush. Where is it on my list? There we go. Right, we do that till we hit 50. Super easy to obtain. I made the OG one. It took ages. Oh, yeah, the Pandaria one's dead easy. One little flight to the Jade Forest. 3 Golden Lotus, job done. Yo, the fact this is spitting out herbs, spears especially. And we're getting resource procs from time to time. It's not making money, but it's not costing me a huge amount either. Imagine those at rank 3. Oh, yeah, I know. It's 43. Why is the leather count not changing? Probably because it's pulling from 2 different stacks in my warbank. And it's now confused. Either that or I haven't switched my hacks off. $48. $49. $50. Wait. It's... Why is it still... Hello? Oh, we're goblin. I get 5 freebies. Of course. %100% guaranteed resourcefulness. Yeah, that's the one. Right, there we go. Right. That's pretty much as far as we need to take that for now. We have absolutely 0 knowledge points. No way of spending anything. I've got no clue how to build this other than assuming that putting 55 points in here first is probably the play. We need to do experimentation on cooldown now to learn new stuff for first time crafts, for all of that fun business. We should also, at this point, probably unlock I don't know, so I'm going to be careful. Cave Dweller's Delight. Check me out. Love that shit. Vial of Concentrated Ingenuity. It's not the worst start. And there's our Go Boom. Oh, it didn't give us our cooldown though. Did give us Meticulous Experimentation. I'm still convinced pressing this button's a bad idea. Sure, it's going to guarantee you a recipe, but you probably don't want to, and it's going to give you 5 points, sure. But I'm guessing you probably don't want to press this button until you're like fishing for the last couple and you're just really struggling to get them. Flask of Tempered Verse, Flask Recipe, second flask. Vial of Bountiful Seasons. Failed? Oh, it's pulling from 2 stacks again. It's being a pain in the ass. Have we got some tier 1? We'll smush up some tier 1, something else. Blessing Blossom. Oh, now we got the cooldown. Okay. Is crafting on a second account better if I'm not into crafting, or I do more M+ and just want to craft onto the side, or does crafting require a lot of focused work for recipes knowledge points? Oh, well, there's definitely a lot of focused work that has to go into it to get it all set up, yeah, for sure. I mean, you're here, you see me doing it all day long. A lot of what I'm doing can't easily be designated to a second account. The only part of crafting these days that allows you to just second account it is if you are already min-maxed on something and you're just mass crafting, I don't know, 1,000 potions or something. But actual crafting time is not really so much of an issue anymore. It's significantly more focused setup stuff. A lot of people probably squeeze it in between, you know, dungeon queues and arena queues and whatever. You need 30 points in alchemical mastery to be able to spam it at will, by the way. Oh, yeah, I know. Formulated courage comes from in here. 30 points in here gives you formulated courage. If you're going thematurgy build, though, you're unlikely to do that because you need as many points as you can get in here first. Or at least on this tune, I won't be going that route. That said, thematurgy does benefit from alchemical mastery. It's just, as far as I'm concerned, probably not the first place you want to spend your knowledge points. So it's points you're going to want, but it's questionable whether you want them, like, first. Considering blasphemites are basically a byproduct in the bin, question whether putting points into gleaming first is the play. I'm just thinking where I spend my first early points. $25, $25, $25, $75, $95, $125 plus the base node. Okay, so filling this tree is still grossly time consuming before you even put points over here, which is another 50. So what's that, like 245 points in total, something like that? Okay. Where do you throw your concentration at if you spec into thaumaturgy? It doesn't seem that valuable to actually spend it on thaumaturgy. At least not for a good period of time. Not until you've already got most of this filled out. Kind of feels like you're still going to use your concentration probably to just make some flasks, honestly. Concentration for your patron orders for a long time. Yeah, that might be. If you're speccing in that direction specifically, filling these is going to be a nightmare because everybody's going to want them at a level where you're... Can you... If you don't have enough herbs, you can't even tell. Why do I not have any herbs? Oh, because it's flipping doesn't pull from Warbank, does it? To be fair, I don't exactly have a lot of herbs all the same, but let's at least grab them out for now. Yeah, it doesn't move the needle even, like, slightly. Yeah, most of your concentration is going to go into these, isn't it? This might be one of the only justifications I have for actually putting points in here very quickly. Just because it's going to massively help with those patron orders. E.g. catch up. And it still does benefit thaumaturgy. It just feels so difficult when you need so many points in this tree to begin with to justify spending 30 in a different tree to start off with, to start your journey. Let's not worry about it too much. We're on cooldown anyway. Let's go grab some treasures. Anybody else disappointed with leatherworking this expansion? Yeah, leatherworking's trash right now. At least from a concentration perspective, anyway. There's still money to be made if you've min-maxed it in a crafting materials. Where do we get the renowned ones from? Renowned ones are Jewel Etched is Council of Dornogal. Machine Learning is Assembly of the Deep. So we can grab 10 knowledge points from here. Try and wombo combo both these professions at once if we can. Leatherworking was completely balanced, or was balanced completely differently to every other profession, which must have been deliberate, but it added a different twist to it. It's added a different twist, so much so that you can actually start guaranteeing quality 3 using only quality 2 materials. And I'm not even talking about using concentration. I think the writhing hide, you can supersede the skill needed by so much. You can actually still guarantee it at quality 3 using only quality 2 intermediates, which is wild. That's so far from what any other profession can do. It's actually had a little bit of an effect on the market and the prices of stuff. I don't mind it though. It makes it feel different. If every single profession feels exactly the same, they might as well all be the same at that point. So I don't mind some of them working a little bit differently. The downside, yeah, from a concentration perspective though, there is absolutely nothing to do with leatherworking right now. But it is a sign of what is to come with all of the others, by the way. I want to make this really clear that the amount of profit that people are making with these concentration builds at the moment with professions like enchanting, with professions like jewel crafting, is ludicrous. And it is not going to last. And it's for 2 reasons. One, any market that's considered profitable is attacked by thousands of people daily. And the profit in those markets doesn't stay around for very long. Secondly, concentration builds are really low barrier to entry stuff. The restriction, more so than anything else, is having the alts. But off the back of Remix, there's players out there with plenty of alts. I still don't think long term there's going to be enough players out there that will stick with it for the full demand of quality 3 stuff to be supplied by concentration builds, but a percentage of it definitely will. In short term, this is kind of why we're seeing markets just absolutely nosedive at the moment. They're not nosediving for any other reason than there's a bunch of people setting up professions, spamming 1,000 concentration into a handful of things, and then repeating that on 20 different characters. And they're doing it all very quickly. So it's like a surge of extra quality 3 crafted items right now. A surge of extra supply when the demand is technically less than it was just a week ago. So, surprise, surprise, it's tanking markets. But we've already said this a few times, that the actual upkeep of these alt armies is ridiculous. You are going to want to dedicate probably many hours a day to keeping them all up and running, keeping them all online, keeping them all progressing. And that is something that people will tap out of very quickly, I think. The dedicated crafters who find enjoyment in doing it will continue doing it for months on end. But the casual Andy looking to make a quick buck kind of gold makers will come and go in these markets. Anything that's low barrier to entry will have a surge of people to it when it's kind of new and fashionable. Flavor of the month. But those players tend to dissipate just as fast as they turn up. So it'll be a little bit of a shock to the system for a while. But the market needs a shock to the system, because let's not forget just how ridiculously expensive half the Q3 crafts are at the moment. The price, realistically, the prices need to come down. There's no way people are going to be content paying 2,000-3,000 gold for a single flask for very long. Prices absolutely have to come down, and the prices only the prices of all of that stuff only goes into the pockets of farmers. There is no way the market can support 100k per hour from farming for that long. You'll have operations setting up. Prices are probably going to drop by about 2/3 in the next few weeks, I reckon, is my suspicion. So today, when you're selling quality 3 enchants at like 10k a piece, I expect those to come down to about 3k a piece in the next couple of weeks. And those coming down in price will push the price of everything down, including the materials that go into generating them. And this is entirely normal, and this is entirely expected, because there's never, ever, ever a shortage of people that want to make gold. There is, though, on the other hand, a shortage of people that are willing to spend big bucks on fresh new crafted items. So every patch, every expansion, same thing happens. This is not any new, fancy, never seen before, what the hell do we do with this, how do we deal with it sort of situation. This is very that was not clever, was it? I tried to pull some of them, and in trying to pull only some of them, I pulled all of them. We might not have the juice to deal with this. Oh, we might be okay. Level 70 prio. The luxury of being level 70 and absolutely nuking stuff. Okay, I didn't expect to clear through those quite so easily. Funny, the only time I ever used a Q3 vial in Dragonflight was when I was mythic raiding. For the rest of everything, it was basically Q2s. Same for DPS parts. And that was back when the disparity in price between Q2 and Q3 was much tighter. The difference with it now, I've seen this literally firsthand. I was one of the very first people in the EU to be crafting quality 3 flasks, guaranteed. And I was simultaneously selling quality 2 flasks at the same time. And the quality 3 versions of the flasks were, no joke, 8 times the price of a quality 2 flask. And it was very clear that people were put off by the high price. You could sell quality 2 flasks quicker than you could list them, yet the quality 3s were sticky. You'd still sell them at those high prices because there were plenty enough players out there that refused to take anything but the best. But at the very same time, you could also tell, you could feel it in how much you could sell. You could feel it that people were clearly put off with paying 8 times the price for a flask just because it was the best. People love to paint the picture that they're a sweaty degenerate and min-max and everything must be the best. But the reality is when they go and open their wallets, it's a different story. I've only actually got one of the weekly points on this dude. I'm wondering if it's worth flying around for another 10 minutes in this zone and picking up some other treasures, because this zone is usually pretty easy to get treasures in. It's not a big difference between Q2 and Q3. If you do the maths, it's like sub 1% overall. Oh yeah, there's a tiny difference between them. Absolutely tiny, but That doesn't matter to most people. People see higher, people see better. They buy the best. Like, there are some people that will still buy the best. But there are also many other people that have done the maths and go, yeah, that's absolutely ludicrous. But look at it from another perspective, right? That's fine to use on consumables. I used flasks as an example, but that's fine on consumables because nobody really sees what consumables you use. Enchants, gems, that sort of stuff, though, it's a different game. Your guild leader, your raid team, your friends that you do Mythic Plus with on a regular basis probably don't inspect you or care in any way, shape, or form what your gear is, or what you've used to gem it, or what you've used to enchant it. But think about the large percentage of the player base that lives in the pug world. These players are being inspected every single time they try and get into a group for anything. Or at least many, if they're, trying to do higher tier stuff at the very least. Those players are getting inspected left, right, and centre. And the reality is yes, Q2, Q3 probably doesn't make a world of difference. But if you've got one guy that's got full Q2 gems and enchants, and you've got another guy that's queued up and has got all quality 3 enchants and gems, which one are you going to pick? It's gross, but it's true. You're going to pick the guy that's got more stats. You're going to pick the guy that spent more on his gear. You're going to pick the guy that's pumped his gear to the max. Because that's the only thing you've got to go off in most cases. Or at least it's one of the things you've got to go off. And a large amount of the player base lives in that world. This is why Q3 stuff, even though it's ludicrously more expensive while simultaneously offering basically nothing, still sells in great quantities. Because it sells to those players where item level is king. Item level is king. The way your character looks is more important than the way your character performs. Because your character's got to look good if you want to get in the good groups. Yo, we get them both from one treasure? Go on. That's what we like to see. I need one more alchemy point then. Which alchemy one are we missing? The alchemical sediment. They'll pick the guy with Q2 because he's smarter. Oh, you are so delulu. I know to a degree you're almost joking. But yeah. At least I goddamn hope you're joking. Hey, Tinderbox! I got to turn these hacks off today. We have had streamer luck up the wazoo today. We've had incredible procs, random ass tinderboxes from treasures, picking up 2 treasures from 1 treasure node. Sometimes you have good days. I don't know if you can hear it, but my dog is having some good dreams. Although she kind of... she's here. I don't know if she's finished, but she was woofing in her sleep a second ago. She's kind of missed her bed a little bit. Her bed stops here. She's happy. She's got like a massive rug over there and a bed on top of the massive rug. This rug, by the way, is what I call the cloud. This rug, it's a little bit hard to see on camera, but it's about that thick and it's just pure fluff. The dogs absolutely love sleeping on this, and I call it the cloud because it literally feels like you're just walking on a cloud. On top of that, she's got her bed, but she still sleeps in the bed that's half the size, and she sleeps half out of it. I swear all the blood must rush to her head. But, you know, dog do dog things. I guess if it works, it works. How's the rug to vacuum? A nightmare, yeah. Actual nightmare. But I have a fancy dog hair cleaning attachment for the vacuum, so with the right tools, anything's easy. This is the advantage of this being a separate area to the rest of the house. You've probably heard me refer to this area as the studio, which is kind of what we call it. Technically, it's just a room above our garage, but it's disconnected from the main house. But it's allowed me to basically claim it as, you know, what would be more traditionally referred to as the man cave. And it means I'm allowed to do things like put huge, great big rugs that there's no chance would would be instantly vetoed from the main house, from the main living areas. There's no way that would pass the wife check under normal circumstances. The Manthy Cave. Yeah, see, that's actually a better name for it, you know. Hey, in 30 seconds you've come up with a much better name. I've just always called it the studio. Literal doghouse. Well, yeah, it is. Well, although it houses me more often than it. Well, the dogs are usually in here during the day with me. The wife has her office in the house, but I tend to have the dogs here because if she's got like proper adult meetings, you know, real job. She has real meetings and doesn't need dogs randomly scratching or barking or running around during them. So I have the dogs in here during the day. So yeah, it is kind of more the literal doghouse. Adult meetings, yeah. Whilst I play video games all day. Oh, King Splash. I don't know if I've killed you this week. Probably shouldn't have picked a... Oh no, you scale. I had a horrible thought for a second that he scaled... He was a level 81, but he's not. He's fine. What was my IRL profession before getting into streaming? Well, I did a bunch of things, but for the most part, I was in sales and marketing. I spent a lot of time in retail in my younger years, but if you were to state profession, it's probably mostly sales. I can sell anything to anybody, really. And I've always been obsessed with like marketing in general. It's the human psychology of marketing that interests me more than anything else. Because we are still dumb monkey brains at the end of the day. But these dumb monkey brains of ours work in some very interesting ways when you start to figure it out. Partly the reason I don't do work orders is because it would just annoy me. Like work orders fundamentally would annoy me because it's like both playing, I've mentioned this before, but it's like playing customer service, but it would also partly scratch an itch. I'm very sure that if I did work orders, I would make fuck loads of gold from work orders, but at the same time, I wouldn't enjoy it because it would feel like work, if that makes sense. I don't play video games for it to feel like work. put a gun to the head and anybody will buy anything. Well, that's not the approach I'd recommend. I mean, it will get the job done, but, you know, temporarily. You won't get the opportunity to make many deals, let's put it that way. I think people would only buy would buy only rank 3 consumables if the side of the game that required that kind of purchase actually fed into the economy. Those players are always broke because they don't. Yeah, rank 3. I think Blizzard have even leaned into this with the War Within. Blizzard have leaned into the fact that if you buy all rank 3 consumables, all rank 3 enchants, all rank 3 anything, if you live in this, they've kind of lent into the theory that, right, well, if those players are going to min-max, we're going to make it dumb level expensive for you to do it because it's just going to promote token sales. But we're going to make it so inconsequent, like the difference between using Q2 and Q3 is so minuscule that most regular players who are playing the game that know which buttons to press in the right order will see a very small DPS increase, but they also understand that it's really not necessary. But the kind of the whale mentality of video game design these days is if you've got players that are going to push everything to the max, irrespective of cost, let them do it. Let them do it. Blizzard have tried a few different things like this in the past, and probably they accidentally did it, I think, in Shadowlands. I don't think this was deliberately designed. They accidentally did it in Shadowlands with legendaries. I only say accidentally because I still don't, to this day, believe that they actually made legendaries the way they intended to make legendaries. And the problem was by the time they pushed it live, it was too late to do anything about it. I'm pretty sure that they intended a very different system for legendaries in Shadowlands. But either way, it turned out to be an absolute money printer for them. But at the flip side, people fucking hated it. So there's a fine line there. Whilst Blizzard made an awful lot of gold in token sales, I can guarantee in Shadowlands, nobody liked it. Absolutely nobody liked it at all. So for Dragonflight, with the crafting revamp, they tried to soften the blow a little bit. You know, they smoothed everything out a little bit. They sort of made it so that you still had to spend a reasonable amount of gold if you wanted the best of everything. But you bought lots of small things that all added up to about the same price. So they maintained their token sales there. And at the same time, they strangled the amount of gold that any average player was able to make in the game. They took away the mission table. They took away the basic mission table. They nerfed raw gold sources left, right, and center. They gave you a sprinkling in dragon races. Oh, you can make 500 gold per dragon race if you wish. Sure, you go do that. But the reality was they put a stranglehold on the amount of gold that players could make. And now we've gone into the War Within. We're kind of in Blizzard's epitome of that, right? They're now saying, right, they're now pushing the mindset of that you can go out there and you can have quality 3, quality 5, everything, but it's going to cost you a bomb. So whales go do whale things, but everybody else doesn't need to do it. And if everybody else can get away with not doing it, they'll get away with not doing it. So they're slowly over the years trying to find that happy medium between allowing whales to do whale things and buy lots of tokens, but at the same time not piss off their entire player base because everything's so goddamn expensive. Yeah, this expansion, they've even taken away the 500 gold from the races. Your casual Andy is not making any gold right now. Casual players are not making a penny. But the concept is that even casual players should be leveling up their professions and using concentration to craft a couple of things to give the illusion that they're still making gold. Because they can open their professions, which is the purpose of professions, right? The purpose of professions is to allow you to make some currency so that you can go spend it somewhere else. It's to keep the wheels turning, you know. Average Joe can pick up 2 professions now, and they can use their concentration and make a little bit of gold, and they can do that every other day, and it makes it feel like the professions are something that's worth investing into, worth playing. But the reality is if you're just doing it on one main character and you're just doing it on 2 professions, you're making like 4 or 5k a day, maybe, depending on which professions, and that is gold you only get if you do it every day as well. It's all very clever. It's all very deliberate. None of this is accidental. It's taken them many years to like refine it and rein it in, but it's done for a reason. Stop trying to put me in the dungeon. That's the most annoying treasure to pick up, by the way. You get hoovered into the dungeon every time you try and do it. Put difficulty on Mythic, though, and you'll be fine. Can't wait for Shadowlands Remix to sell those Legos. It's funny because it's true. Oh, hang on. I need to speak to the quartermaster here, don't I? No, shit. I meant to speak to the quartermaster in flipping... I meant to speak to Wax Dude. I meant to get my knowledge point book from Wax Dude. I forgot before we left. Whoops. I'll fix that in a minute. Work orders are like customer service, yet you're not getting paid. For the most part, yeah. Right, let's take a vacation down into Spiderland for the last few treasures. I'll take a flight path, that way I can catch up on chat a bit. I think they intended legendaries to be the way they were. They just had not expected players to rank them up so fast and unlock every one of them. That's why we now have limited amounts of knowledge points per week. Maybe, but they absolutely 100% should have known better that if the only restriction to progression is gold, there are players out there with a lot of gold. And especially when it's coupled to the most aggressive power progression crafting system that we've ever seen. If you were proactive about it, let's not forget, I went into Shadowlands with 1.4 million gold. For a lot of us now, 1.4 million gold. Now, this isn't me tooting my own horn here. I'm aware that there are players that, you know, are still working on that goal. But for a lot of goblins out there, 1.4 million gold is absolutely pocket change these days. But going into Shadowlands with only 1.4 million gold, I still was able to leave the expansion with the best part of 100 million gold. So it didn't even require you to have bags and bags and bags of gold in the first place. It definitely helped, but it didn't even technically require you to have bags of gold to get going. So this is why I still sort of state that I'm pretty sure it wasn't as intended. But there's also part of me that thinks that where Shadowlands legendaries were concerned, they just miscalculated. I think and this is because markets are often very, very, very difficult to guesstimate before the economy is live. Blizzard historically do quite a good job of this, but I think in Shadowlands they just got it wrong. And they clearly got it wrong a couple of times. One, they definitely undervalued heavy callous hide for leatherworkers. They kind of didn't take into consideration that leatherworking is basically two professions in one. And its entire market came from skinners. Heavy callous hide. That was the bottleneck for leatherworking in Shadowlands. The bottleneck. Which was problematic after they'd already implemented it, because they could have made heavy callous hide. They could have easily gone in and just made it drop like absolute candy. Nuked it to the floor. But the problem is that people were already so heavily invested in that you can definitely nerf things, and they definitely don't mind doing it. But when people were already in for tens of millions of gold, if they overnight came around and nerfed something, there would have been just as many riots. Secondly, the other reason why I think that they didn't guesstimate things very well at all was it halfway through Shadowlands where they implemented, I think it was the rank, I want to say it was the rank 5 and 6 legendaries. Where they completely miscalculated the cloth market. Like, totally 100% miscalculated the cloth market. They clearly, some intern looked at the current supply of cloth on the market and was like, yeah, okay, 400 cloth sounds like a sensible number. There's 10 billion cloth on the market right now. Yeah, 400 sounds like a good number. Little did they realize that there was only 400 on, there was only that much cloth on the market because up until that point nobody needed it. As soon as they put it at using 400, it spiked its price to like 50 gold overnight. That was clearly a mistake. So they were still learning what they were doing, and they definitely didn't execute how they would have probably intended it. The golden cake. The golden cake was rank 7s. That was 9.2 when it all came together as just like literally the most bonkers level broken gold making adventure you've ever seen. 400 lightless silk on a low pop server, the math didn't work out. Yeah, exactly. You had some top tier servers with 1 million cloth on them, and then you had some servers that had 500 cloth on them. That clearly wasn't ever going to work if you were going to use one item that required 400 of them. Yeah, how about no on that one? But yeah, since then, they've been working at it. They've been practicing. They're clearly working towards their goal of increasing token sales. There's no denying that one of the reasons they do a lot of their decisions regarding the professions especially is to promote token sales. They've been working on it for like 4 or 5 years now. And have now, with the War Within, got it in a pretty comfortable place, I reckon. Comfortable in terms of that if you are playing the game 30 days a month, you can probably chip away and make enough gold to buy a few consumables here and there for your characters. But the very second you start looking at any quality 3 consumables, quality 5 pieces of gear, as soon as you start looking at any of the really good stuff, you're not going to earn enough gold yourself through normal gameplay activities to fund that. But that decision feels more like your decision. Whereas Shadowlands Legendaries, that decision was made for you. That decision for you to have to take your credit card out and swipe was made for you, because you either had the legendary or you didn't. And that's why nobody liked it. Nobody wanted to pay 100k for a legendary. Yeah, everybody had to do it. And that decision was made by Blizzard. At least now, you can still have your quality 2, your quality 4 pieces of gear, and most people won't notice the difference. But it's your choice if you want the best. And when players psychologically take on the responsibility, they can't point the finger at Blizzard or anybody else, yet they'll still go off and they'll take their credit card out and they'll swipe. And they'll get the gold and they'll buy their good stuff. You know, they take ownership of the decision and can't blame anybody else for it. This is the psychology that goes into economies, especially in video games. This sort of stuff I geek out on a lot, if you hadn't noticed. Just cleared every treasure on an alt and didn't get a single weekly knowledge point. Oh dear. I tend to do a little bit of my treasure farming in the Ringing Deeps when I get there for the treasures, because it's seemingly proven to be quite a good spot for me. It's more anecdotal than proven by any data, that though. So tailoring and enchanting, I had no way to make the vestige any other way, so I basically skipped season 2. No Lego, no invites. Easy choice. Yeah. Yeah, that weird cross-pollination of having the right combination of professions. And if you didn't have the right combination of professions, you were just flat out screwed, because your crafting costs could have been monstrously higher. That I remember there was a point in time where everybody had alchemy as their second profession, because for some reason alchemy could make shit much cheaper than other people. It was a bit wild. Until, of course, everybody leveled up alchemy and the price of herbs went through the roof, but it's all fun and games. People mad as fuck for me selling Legos at the price I did. Not even making that profit. Mats are what's driving the costs. Yeah, Crafters got such a... People buying the Legos didn't like it. People trying to craft the Legos to sell them often ended up not liking it. The very small selection of players that made out like absolute bandits from that system were massively dwarfed by everybody else absolutely despising it, which, as far as Blizzard is concerned, is a massive failure. Because that's clearly not what they're trying to do when designing a game, you know. They would rather it be the other way around. They don't mind if a small selection of players hate something, as long as the mass players actually like it. Right, 38 knowledge points. That's enough to get going, right? That's, for starters, that's enough to maybe throw 30 into alchemical mastery, just so we can level it up. But my question is if you're going the thaumaturgy route, really how much stuff do you actually need to bother unlocking? Because it's mostly for the purpose of patron orders, isn't it? Because otherwise you're going to have a list of shit you can't do. Although that doesn't seem to be my problem right now. Although there's also the question of how the Christ on a bicycle am I going to get this to 100 if I don't learn some good stuff. I'm not relying on crafting quality 1 flasks for a huge loss. That's not fun for anybody. Although, that said, no, it is 300 gold per. It's not the end of the world, is it? I don't know. I'm in limbo with what to do here. I kind of want to just throw some points in this straight away. What do we get when we do? Create core catalysts. Reveal beautiful gemstones. Grants gleaming transmutagen. Yeah. 35 points in there. Are we at the point? I mean, we categorically must be at the point where blasphemites are mathematically free, right? I'm kind of doing this not because I expect to do anything with it or make any gold with it. It just feels kind of slightly odd to be a gold-making content creator that doesn't have a thaumaturgy spec alchemist. Good thing about thaumaturgy alt army is that there is 0 competition, as everything you create is 100% profit and easily sellable. Goldston, are you alright? Do we need to send help? Type 1 if you need us to send help. That definitely sounds like a cry for help. Thaumaturgists are gods in my eyes. You folks maintain the balance of power in crafting. If one material gets too expensive, you lot bring it down. That's it, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. You just stop getting too expensive now. Come back. Come back. Rein it in. Rein it in. I have unlocked a flask. Unlocking a flask, I just want to look at it from the perspective of where do I throw some concentration on this dude. I've kind of got this bee in my bonnet about if I sit on 1,000 concentration, I'm doing it wrong. Which is not strictly false. But I kind of want to ensure that I can use Q2 materials and produce something at quality 2. That's like my bare minimum for these characters. Because that, in essence, means I can throw concentration at the problem, make something at quality 3, and it not cost a bomb. Whilst, yes, technically, according to Craft Sim at least, I could use all Q3 mats and use concentration. Oh, and I'd still actually be in the hole. That's hysterical. So we need to get the alchemist, before we do anything particularly clever, to a point where we can use its concentration to make some gold. So I think I'm going to find it very hard not to put 30 points in here, just so we can do formulated courage, just so we can keep up with learning new stuff. And simultaneously make it significantly easier to fill patron orders, do basic alchemy related stuff, you know? Even though my intention is to go thaumaturgy, we're doing this to begin with. Boom. Decision has been made. We take formulated courage. Let's make a few of these. How has that altered the situation here? It's not really moved the needle at all, has it? Both 50-point trees can't make rank 2 from rank 1s. Do you not need to be a goblin to do that? I'm pretty sure you need to be a goblin to do that. I think thaumaturgy is one of the very few specs where actually goblin prio is pretty strong. $225. We need $298. So we're a country mile off. How many sub-trees did we unlock? 1, 2, 3. So I can unlock 3 of these. I'm weirdly going to pick the cheaper ones. I think Blessing Blossom I'm going to pick as one of my 3. Myco Bloom, and probably Orbinid. I might live to regret those decisions, but just on the concept of that I might use these herbs to discover shit. And we get then, you know, a bonus in doing so. How many knowledge points we got? 8. What's the profit of being a goblin for transmutes? I've not done the maths on it for a while, but I vaguely remember it's that goblins have the ability to, with thaumaturgy. Somebody cleverer than me will confirm or deny, but I'm pretty sure goblins can get to the point where they can hit a threshold around here somewhere, where they can take Q1 mats and turn them into Q2. Although that said, it's unlikely to really make that much of a difference because Q1 and Q2 mats are basically the same price for most things. I can't remember the full ins and outs. I'm learning as I go here. The last time I looked at this properly was in the beta. I'm clearly out of Null Lotus. I'm going to need some Null Lotus. Let's fix that problem. I can't believe I don't have any Null Lotus. That doesn't make any sense. This is also somewhat practice for me when I inevitably go and set up a bunch of these. Maybe not necessarily for thaumaturgy, but just a bunch of alchemists in general. I might need more of those if I plan on pushing to 100, but we'll see. I'm also somewhat cautious of not dumping huge amounts of gold into this. I know alchemy is more expensive to set up because of discovery. You're just burning herbs trying to discover stuff, but if you can keep that cost to a minimum. Like I said, I've kind of wanted to stop soon as I learnt a flask, because I can technically craft these all the way to 100 to facilitate that need. I'd want to learn everything else for knowledge points to optimize those, but I'm so far behind on knowledge points in the first place. It's questionable how much gold I want to throw at first time crafts. I'm not convinced I want to be throwing much at it at all. Are we at the point where... No, not even close. So this is fundamentally going to be our major use of concentration to begin with. So that makes us... okay. $300 gold. Okay, it's about 10k to then level this, isn't it? Because I think this basically guarantees all the way. And it's not like we can't go and sell these. What have I run out of? I've run out of something. I've run out of Orbanid. One was not prepared. They could have positioned the flipping alchemy bench a bit closer to the auction house. I mean, yeah, long boys, I get it, but shush. Right, that should be more than plenty. I don't mind overspending or overbuying because it's not like I won't use these mats for something. That's the advantage of having all of the professions up and running. You basically never don't use the mats you buy, so just buy a bunch when you need them. Or turn them into something useful. If this guarantees us points all the way to 100, we just do this all the way to 100. On average, we're losing 300 gold every time we press the button, but it's 300 gold for 150 gold per point is a bargain. And then it's problem solved, isn't it? Oh, it's not, because we're goblin. The last 5 are gross. Ah, screw it. Let's just do it. The last 5 is gross, but... is this where we can use one of these? Bottle Brilliance. Give me some more Bottle Brilliances. That'll save me a packet on crafting cheap dum-dum stuff. I thought I had a bunch of those Bottle Brilliances. I don't know where I've put them. I must have sold them. Yeah, for the sake of 2k there, We'll save that in not making anywhere near as many flasks. I know this says only 20%, but it feels like it's broken. It feels like it's got a much higher chance of giving you a skill point. Of course, it only works on things that would naturally give you a skill point in the first place. So it's a little bit difficult to track actually what it does, but well worth using here. We need 4 more. 2, 3, 4. Hey, there we go. See, we had like at least a 50% chance of skill points there. Right, well, that was alchemy leveled. We got ourselves a shitload of flasks. We will just sell those back out. Sell them on the cheap, get them gone, recuperate some costs. Right, where are we going from there then? Let's put brain into gear now. How does that help us with things like the crafting orders now? Is that going to push us to a position where we can fill these orders without needing to use concentration all the time? Yes! Use Q2 herbs. Okay. That works. Knowledge point. Provided the vials, the microblooms, we need to provide the orbinids, we need to provide the lure drops. You want it at Q2, meaning we probably need to use Q2 herbs. Oh, okay. We still can't do Cave Dwellers' Delights without using concentration. $338, we're still miles off. Actually miles off. Welcome in, Rose. Hope you're well. I've seen you've I seen you pop up on my my Twitch dashboard again recently. It seems you're streaming again. Hope you're having fun with that. 1,000 gold to get 67 gold back. Nice. Sometimes you gotta. Can we rectify that by going deeper in here? Another sub-spec, multi-craft towards alchemy crafts, another sub-spec, 10 skill towards everything. We're now at the mercy of first-time crafts, patron orders, and that's about it. Super scary. It's, it gets easier, don't worry. Did finish leveling, though. You finish your... Does that mean you've got your accounts fully leveled now? At level 80? Is that a full 65 at level 80 now? It's wild. 65 level 80s. Oh my god. For your sake, I hope there's something wonderful that turns up in 11.1 that requires level 80s. Because you'll you'll absolutely kill it if that happens. For my sake, don't go into enchanting. Just looks nice on the login screen. Oh, I bet, yeah. I've got 5 level 80s. I'm happy with that amount. No, 6? 5, 6, I don't know. Some. Every single order wants Q2 basically minimum. So I have to I feel obliged to spend as many knowledge points as I need to spend to be able to fill these without the use of concentration. So if I gotta do more into alchemical chaos to facilitate this, I think we got it right. Although, I still think I am miles away. So I don't think I'm ever going to get out of this concentration nightmare with thaumaturgy. So maybe... I'm doing a lot of thinking out loud right now. Maybe I just start putting points in thaumaturgy all the same. No. We're going to need to put 50 points in there eventually anyway. So there's no reason not to. That's my logic with this. There's basically no reason not to. So just do it. Get that sorted. Let's unlock these as well, by the way. Actually, even unlocking these might help. Probably not. First craft bonuses. Let's get a few first craft bonuses out of the way. Can we get first time craft bonuses in a way that doesn't cost us stupid money? Harmonious horticulture. We can just make one and basically sell it for whatever it costs. Pushing it to Q2 loses us the least. So odd. We can't actually push it to Q2. So in that regard, use all Q1s and just take the loss. First time craft bonus, thank you very much. Bubbling Myco Bloom, probably the same. Craft Sim saying to use bunch of Q3s and a Q2 to lose the least. Sure. Flying to the spider zone, getting the cash on all the tunes. I'm amazed you've got enough cash to do that. I've never got enough of that damn currency. Most of my crafters don't have the cash books just because 1,000+ cash per character I just don't have. Authority of the Depths tanked from 28k down to 16 on reset day. Considering it's an expensive recipe, I wonder just how many of the recipes have sold recently. I wonder how many of those enchanters that have freshly turned up overnight have also got the Authority of the Depths recipe in order to, you know, crank out one a day. $28,000 cash just from leveling in dungeons. Oh, okay. Okay. I suppose when you do anything 65 times, you end up with a lot of it, yeah. Okay. Right, where's the damage limitation on here? I don't think there is a damage limitation on this one. This is just in the bin regardless. Same with Cave Dweller's Delight. We're doing this for first time craft bonuses and nothing else. best is Q1 all round. Take the loss. Seven. I need 3 more. How's this looking? Can we do Q2 flasks with Q2 herbs yet? Oh my god, you son of a bitch. I'm 6 points off. I'm 1 upgrade up here away from doing that. This is my ticket to burn concentration on this character. Is it 6 points? It is 6 points. It's exactly 1 upgrade off. I think people are forgetting with enchants that the crafting mats have got cheaper, which means the crafted items get cheaper too. True. WoW Economy Reddit thinks there's a dupe hack. It's so funny just how quick some people are to like jump to the conclusions that something must be broken. This is all like, you ask anybody that's done this before, everybody's like, yeah, of course this is happening. Of course prices are going down. What, do you think that gatherers are going to be able to gather 100,000 gold worth of materials every hour for the rest of the expansion? No, you're mental. Do we really think that quality 3 enchants are going to stay at 20k a piece? No, absolutely not. They stay at those ludicrous prices only for as long as it takes enough people to be able to get to the point where they can make them and make them to supply the demand that's out there. Now we're also we're over the hill in regards to demand as well. So of course shit's going to get cheaper. There were 350 to 380 enchants on the whole of NA. As soon as the weekly reset happened, it jumped to 1,300. That's like 1,000 enchants out of nowhere. Which is no surprise, really. That's 1,000 concentration alts. That's not even 1,000 concentration alts. That's 250 concentration alts who saved their enchants for the week. That's literally all it is. One thing I've been saying a lot about the quantities is that the quantities looked incredibly small for quality 3 stuff. Knowing that players actually have the ability to mass produce quality 3 and have been able to for weeks at this point, there's pretty much only one major consumable that can't be guaranteed at quality 3, and it's the big boy flask, the Alchemical Chaos Flask. This is pretty much the only thing that can't be guaranteed at quality 3. Maybe the seasons 5, I don't know. Realistically, this is the big one. This is the only thing that can't be guaranteed at quality 3. But nearly every single other item in the game can be guaranteed at quality 3 now by somebody. And so the quantity of them on the auction house has been incredibly low. incredibly low. But it's clear that as every day that goes on, more and more people are able to craft them. And the problem for most is that they've also simultaneously been ridiculously expensive to even craft, which makes it incredibly risky. Incredibly risky. 1,000 enchants can sell like that on reset day. Boof, disappear. Now that we are past, now that we're past the point of the highest possible demand, what you start to see is this kind of circular, it's like a spiral, it's literally a doom spiral in terms of the fact that the way that concentration impacts the game is that concentration crafters can produce quality 3 items, they can produce top quality items cheaper than those who can guarantee them. And so that when enough people come along with their concentration and craft a thing and post it cheaper than the price that others can guarantee it for, those people who could previously guarantee it at quality 3 stop crafting. And when they stop crafting, they take their hands off the keyboard and they stop crafting. What they simultaneously do is stop buying, because you don't need to buy materials if you've stopped crafting. When you take your hands off the keyboard, and when everybody stops buying the materials as well, the price of those quality 3 materials start to stack up, and as they stack up, the price on those goes down. And as the price goes down enough of the quality 3 materials, which is what we've seen with things like Storm Dust, is the market that everybody's screaming about right now. When the price of those quality 3 materials comes down, they dip below the point where it's then all of a sudden profitable for those guarantee crafters to buy them again. And so they buy them all. So it's kind of like, it's just a bit of a spiral. And this is why I always tell people turnover is king. You want to buy a small amount of materials, craft a small amount of stuff, and then sell that small amount of stuff, and then rinse and repeat. And the faster you can do that, the less you're affected by these market swings that occur. If you buy 10,000 herbs to make 5,000 flasks, and then you wait a week to sell them, yeah, the price is going to have come down, and you're going to eat a massive loss in doing that. You want to craft 1,000 every day, or you want to craft enough that you know that you can sell that day, and you want to do it day after day after day. So you buy herbs, you sell, and you make a little bit of profit there, and then the next day you buy some more and you sell for a tiny little profit, and you just do it in small quantities, but you do it consistently, and then you can ride the wave all the way down, and it doesn't matter. It genuinely doesn't matter. Tinderbox is back to 12k, Copium. Oh, gold. Oh, gold. There's no point in mass crafting quality 3 on enchanting at the moment. Concentration armies completely remove the ability to make money from them all at the moment. I would question that. I would question that. I would question that. Concentration armies have... What you are forgetting is that the concentration armies are massively restricted in the quantity of anything they can produce. You can make 1 item a day. Realistically. Your concentration allows you to basically make 1 item a day, outside of getting slightly lucky with with multi-craft procs or whatever. But on average, you're making about 1 item a day per profession. That means you might be able to make 7 items in a week. On reset day, even if you saved all of those 7 items, they will sell, boom, instantly. And then those are gone. There's nothing you can't go back and make another 7 quickly. You just can't. Enchanting got hit. enchanting took like a knee to the balls this weekend, but that's predominantly because I would imagine overnight or over the last 7 days, I would suspect that there's probably 500 to 1,000 new enchanters that have turned up, if not more. And now all of those have both simultaneously turned up at the same time. They've all turned up with a full concentration bar, and they've all turned up with the ability to make roughly the same 2 or 3 enchants. And so they all did. And so, surprise, surprise, what was it? Crystalline Radiance. Surprise, surprise, there was a shitload of Crystalline Radiance, the chest one, that turned up out of nowhere. And because these same players are probably just throwing them on the auction house at whatever the cheapest price is at the time, and they couldn't care less about people undercutting or anything like that, yeah, they stacked up real fast. But the point is that that momentum and that supply cannot possibly be maintained. So in a couple of days' time, not to mention there is absolutely no way that most players are going to keep up with these old armies. I categorically guarantee it. When players get into the swing of things and realize that even just logging through each of their characters, having the materials in the right place, and crafting like 1 or 2 things per profession, per day, per character, you do that on 20 characters per day, you realize that that's going to take quite a bit of time and quite a lot of upkeep, and most people will piece out of that within minutes. There'll be very, very, very few people that keep up with these old army things. It's the flavor of the month. It's the flavor of this week, right? Goal making has these swings, right? That you know, week 1 of the expansion, it was all about making the green profession gear, and you had to spec into making the green profession gear, and you had to send the green profession gear out to as many servers as you possibly could. That was like the flavor of the week for goal making. Next week, it was something different. The week after, it was something else. In between, we've had a few spurts of like, oh, disenchanting was a big thing. Disenchanting, flipping, blacksmithing hammers was a big thing. A lot of what you see happening, you know, is influenced by players like myself. By people who sit here and do this relatively publicly, people who make YouTube videos about certain things, you know. But it all sort of comes and goes. Crystalline Radiance has never been profitable at rank 3. It's now down to 9k, but before that it was only ever at 13 to 14 for the crafting costs on mass producing it. I picked that one just because it was the one I could think of off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's others where the logic applies. I've only got 8 enchanters. It takes me nearly an hour to cycle through them all. There is always something to upgrade or mats to buy or something along those lines. Yeah, as soon as you start doing it at scale, it's still very time consuming. And that's before you try and do any of this stuff, right? Burning your concentration is something that you're probably going to have to come along and do once every other day. Burning your concentration is only one of your weekly tasks on this alt army. You're also going to need to continuously keep those alt armies ticking over. You're going to need to spend a bit of time on each one looking at the patron orders. And at the moment, the problem with that is that you've then got to have the materials on that character, which means you've got to start pulling mats out of the bank, and then you've got to remember to put those mats back in the bank, or, you know, there's lots of little things that get in the way. These are the teething issues of this, which will make it, you know, flavor of the month for a while, and then it will go away. I do think, though, long term, if you are looking at mass crafting something, you're going to want to pick a recipe to focus your mass crafting on, which is one that isn't easy to get. You're likely to see anything that is learnt via a trainer just get nuked into the ground. And we know historically that when prices get pushed down, it's much harder for them to go back up again. It requires people to come along and buy out the market and reset it like artificially in many cases. But it'll be the rest, you know, the recipes that you have to buy either with artisan security, the recipes that you either have to go and do, you know, at the cash in some cash for. Those are the kinds of recipe, or even the recipes that are like super rare drops. They're the recipes that you'll be able to mass craft and continue to make a profit on. Anything that comes from a trainer, though, anything that's easy to pick up, will just be sort of like just completely oversaturated before too long. I hope they add new recipes in 11.1. I guess they will. I can't see why they wouldn't. We're clearly gonna have like a new zone and probably a new renown, and with it, you know, as long as it's just not a copy paste of the flipping Niffen Cave or the Emerald Dream, as long as they do something interesting with it, there's clearly going to be some new stuff that will turn up. Right, where was I? What was I actually doing though? I was clearly doing something. Oh, I was trying to get to the point where I can actually produce something with concentration that's not dog shit. That's what I was trying to do. Did that with the jeweler settings, and margins are already sub 5% if you didn't buy all your null stones cheap. You're one multi-craft away from being screwed over and going into a net loss. Not to mention how volatile the null stones are. Yeah, well, the jeweler setting was always going to be a difficult one because there was once you've got the recipe, there's basically no restriction. Blasphemites would have only... You're right, you've highlighted it correctly that the null stones is realistically the market there, where you could just day trade on the price of null stones and not worry about the jewel crafter's settings at all. What do we got on this list then? There is no way Cave Dweller's Delights at rank 3 are going to give me 37 gold per point of concentration. Are you actually mental? That's got to be a lie. What's going on there? What's going on there? That's clearly a lie. On the basis that I cannot suspect that we can even make it quality 2 using quality 2 mats to make it at quality 3. How the hell does it proclaim we do this then? Use 3 of these. Those numbers don't even add up properly. 3 and... Oh, wait, hang on. I'm on the wrong thing. That makes it at Q2. Then you concentrate on it. No flipping way. No flipping way. I mean, why are Cave Dweller's Delights at quality 3 800 gold apiece? Sure. If you insist, game. Does not share a cooldown with the healing potion. Does it not? That's quite clever. Well, who would have guessed it? Right, well, it's a way to use some of our concentration at least. Oh dear, I swear I don't have hacks on today. I unironically have had mental luck today with my procs. I'm not going to see a multi-craft proc for another week at this rate. Cheeky 16 proc. Don't mind if I do. I mean, it'd be rude to not do that again, wouldn't it? For reference, I have a 3% multi-craft proc rate. I just want to I just want to point that out. I have a 3% proc chance on multi-craft right now. First time, boom, get it done. Get it out of here. All right, well, do it again. Twice in a row and I end stream. No, okay. We just saved some reagents that time. We procced our 12% resourcefulness instead. Alright, well, we'll save a little bit to do some concentration on crafting orders, but that was filthy. Time to resign. That's it, log off, job done. We're out of here. Oh, we don't have the flask. Ignore it if we don't have the recipe. You want everything for 1 knowledge point? Well, on today's luck, we could probably do a bit of everything. Oh yeah, this is still my problem, isn't it? Is that I'm struggling to make shit at higher quality without having... okay, I need my vials and stuff. Oh no, my war bank is on cooldown. Why did I not pick up all my vials? All because this man followed the patented Mantheus Alchemy Guide. Get your copy today to have procs and be rich. That's my kind of marketing. I'm sure there's something else I'm going to need in a second, but... The War Within, completed it, mate. That's it. Championship Manager, completed it, mate. Three of them. 4 of them. 1 of them. 4 of them. 5 of these. Makes us Q2. Costs us 800 gold to do it that way, though. For a single knowledge point. I'm not spending 800 gold per knowledge point, even on my absolute pro level characters. So let's maybe look at optimizing for concentration instead, where we can get away with using all the cheap shit. Or mostly cheap shit. And then we can use a handful of concentration instead. It says 93. Why does it say 98? Oh. Whatever. Oh, because I've still got these set to Q2. Lose 100 gold, lose the value of the concentration mind, but that gets our quest done. These are all for knowledge points as well. Had somebody yesterday that didn't know that you could just visit the bank to access the war bank. He was waiting for the 2-hour cooldown. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. I've also just realised, thinking about it, this dude's a goblin. Where's my goblin button? I get access every 30 minutes. Goblin prio. We get to say hello every 30 minutes. Yeah, you didn't get a multi-proc. Stupid work order loser. Optimize for Q2. Wait, what? I can't reach Q2 with all... Oh, yeah, I've got top profit. Whoops. Yeah, you're right. I sometimes forget to untick the button. $1,000 for a knowledge point. Hard to justify. Right. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry, I think. I think it's time to... I'm also noticing that I'm massively not productive today. It's clearly getting later in the week. Way more productive on a Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday takes it out of me because it's just a big day. We didn't even set up engineering on this dude. I wanted to slow and steady alchemy though. I wanted to figure this out because I'm going to be leveling alchemy a few times I think over the next few days. Probably not thaumaturgy alts, but maybe just potion and flask concentration spammers. If we can get plus 16 multi-procs on the regular, I'll be happy with that. Right, there's that node full. Now we put points into here. Done. Probably should, from this point on, we should get some books ordered. I can go hand in my weekly quest, actually. I think talking about the patron order catch-up is video worthy, you know. That might be my ticket back into making YouTube content. This is, I think, important information for players to at least know is a thing. Especially considering Blizzard has done the cheeky and made it a hidden currency, which I think is wild. Yes, there's a catch-up system in the game, but we're not going to tell you there's a catch-up system in the game. We're going to let you magically find it, magically stumble across it. These, there's a currency. It's a currency that's hidden. You can't see it, hence the name hidden. But there's a hidden currency, which is your profession catch-up. And it's Blizzard's way of tracking how many catch-up knowledge points you can gain from your professions. There's some console commands you can do to show it. I don't have those to hand, but there are console commands. If you're using weak auras to track your knowledge points and stuff to do with your professions on a weekly basis, you'll have spotted that this week aura at least, is highlighting the patron crafting orders here. Patron crafting orders. These are catch-up points. Now that people have figured out how the catch-up system works, where it is, and what you need to do to make weak auras for it, people have started to integrate it. But now that it's slowly becoming more public how the catch-up system works, it's only solidified my opinion of it in that it's shit. It's terrible. It's basically not a catch-up system. And it's because it's backwards. And this was one of my complaints with the patron order system in the first place, that it's completely backwards. The catch-up system is going to work more efficiently and be more fluid when you no longer need it. But when you do need it, it's fucking terrible. So when you're... To showcase it in a little bit more detail when we look at alchemy, maybe this will be a practice for a YouTube video. When you're looking at your catch-up, when you're looking at your patron orders... Oh, flipping hell, this is the worst example I could possibly give you. Let me find... I probably don't have any with engineering yet, do I? Because I haven't leveled it yet. Oh, I do. Right, so looking at this, right, ignore the fact that I don't have any of these recipes because I've not leveled it. These, the flickers are your catch-up mechanic for the profession, for the crafting professions. This is how the game is theoretically going to catch you up to those that have pushed forward ahead of you. They're going to give you extra patron orders. They turn up roughly once a day. The rate in which they turn up may increase the further behind you are. That we're still not sure of. But anytime you see one of these work orders that gives you a flicker, this is a catch-up patron order. This is on top of your normal allowance. But you get like 1 or 2 a day right now. And the reality is they work exactly the same way as every other patron order. Meaning, they're completely fucking random. The likelihood of them dropping on items that you don't have, very high. The likelihood of them providing no materials, very high. The likelihood of them requesting qualities that you could not easily obtain is very high. All of the downsides of patron orders from the first place are bundled in. The only catch-up element of this is that you might have slightly more patron orders on a weekly basis than somebody that's ahead of you. It in no way, shape or form makes it actually easier for you to catch up. It genuinely doesn't. I've got, like, I've not leveled my engineer right now. There's a hidden currency of 63 catch-up orders that I'm eligible for, but there's no way I'm ever going to be able to fill these 63. Because I'm not going to have the recipes. And the problem is if you can't fill one, there's nothing you can do with it than wait for it to go away and for you to get a new one. That's it. Like, these will sit here for the next 16 hours until they expire. And then tomorrow I'll get some new catch-up orders and flip a coin whether you can actually do them or not. Which means the catch-up is tragically bad right now. Horribly, horribly, horribly bad. Most people who are going to see these may feel comfortable filling one of these 1 in every 5 times they see one. But think about it from the perspective of a player that has got most of their tree full, have unlocked all of the recipes. You know, think of it from the perspective of a player who doesn't need catch-up. Think of it from the perspective of somebody that's got their 100 plus 40 set up in their profession. This bar is full. These are maxed out. They've unlocked all of the recipes. They've got 200 knowledge points in their professions already. Those players who are already way ahead, anytime they miss an order, it's going to be significantly easier for them to fill those orders. So do you not see how it's backwards? When you most need it, the system is at its worst. And when you don't need it, because you're already in the 99th percentile of your knowledge points, when you absolutely don't need it because you're already ahead of everybody else anyway, it's much easier. It's just not very good. It's a system that's been implemented to like tick a box to say that they've done it. Oh yes, we've made a catch-up system for the crafting professions. But the reality is it's dog shit. It's actually terrible. By the time you need it, by the time you can do it comfortably, you don't need it. And when you need it the most, it's its most difficult. That's not really how catch-up should work. And oh my god, blacksmiths, see you later, no chance. Blacksmiths have got no chance of ever using the catch-up system properly. Most people who are playing with blacksmithing are complaining that they can't fill even 20% of their orders anyway, because there's never, every order's costing them 20,000 gold. No. Not happening. Could be easily fixed with using only known recipes. Boggles my mind on this. Yeah, this was the feedback I gave them about patron orders, even in the beta, was that there is too many layers of random in this. Way too many layers of random. It's random if you have the recipe or not. It's random whether they provide materials or not. It's random whether they request a quality that you can achieve or not. That the rewards are then also completely random on them. It's just too many layers of random, meaning that the opportunities you have to go to your board and you see an order that actually makes you gold might happen once or twice a week for some players. Either you have to spend your knowledge points to learn the recipe or buy 5 null stones or buy a 200k recipe. Yes. And then you've got enchanting, where the system actually works significantly better. Enchanting, your catch-up mechanic is simple. You disenchant more stuff. Every single one of your catch-up points on enchanting costs you about 150 gold each. Because you go to the auction house, you buy a Dark Moon trinket, you disenchant it. Boom, there's a knowledge point. And if you're savvy, you buy the cards and you make the Dark Moon cards and then you disenchant them to get it even cheaper still. Probably the reason why the Dark Moon decks have actually gone up in price over the last few days. Because every enchanter has gone, I can get 50 more knowledge points out of nowhere. Also, probably why top tier enchanters are having a harder time. Because not only was it both very lucrative from a concentration build perspective, it's also very easy and remarkably cheap to get a huge amount of knowledge points in. Because you can literally catch up in enchanting in one go. You can make a brand new enchanter now and be knowledge point bis by the afternoon. Which is wild. Got a new blacksmith, went full alloy build, kept getting weapon and armor, making patron orders, can't craft crap. Yeah. Yeah, this is why the catch-up system's backwards to me. When you most need it, it's its hardest to use. And when you least need it, it's a piece of piss and it probably actually makes you gold. So the green numbers I see on the weak orders are real, and I really should just go and disenchant shit for extra knowledge points on enchanting. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can play catch up on your enchanters super fast. I spent over 300k on all of my enchanters just on Dark Moon decks. Probably. Disenchanting Dark Moon decks like a crazy person. But anyway, that's a sneak peek into what's now more publicly understood about the catch-up systems for professions. My TLDR is that the crafting professions are shit. The catch-up system for crafting is horrendous, so much so that you can basically ignore the fact that it even exists, unless it's enchanting, and then enchanting you can do in one go. Complete opposite end of the scale. Gathering is also, I've not tested Gathering, but Gathering's probably also really good now. If you want to min-max your Gathering character, you'll know exactly how many, you'll be able to find out. In fact, I'm going to look. You're going to be able to see very quickly exactly how many knowledge points you're missing on your Gathering toon. Oh, my Gathering toon's on my other account that's been disconnected. Is it going to log back in? Where's Lazy Cash? Oh no, he's got skinning right now. Oops. He's not even got herbalism and mining activated. Either way, the gathering professions should allow you to very quickly see how many bonus knowledge points you can obtain by doing some more farming. Or doing some more gathering. Oh, and this account's got the old week aura as well. Load options info. Where is it? There's the link. This is the link for other people, by the way, if you're looking for this week aura. Copy import string, import, paste, update, go. Right, so yeah, skinning, you can see there's up to 20 razor talons. If I was to continuously keep skinning, there's up to 20 bonus knowledge points I could obtain. This enchanter has 35 shimmering dust that they're missing as well. That is catch-up points. Now, if I was to drop these two professions and actually take herbalism and mining again on this character, which is its primary job, these actually also give you artisan security as well, by the way. So shimmering dust 35, razor talons 20, that's 55 times 5. 275 artisan security I could obtain just from the catch-up knowledge points here, which on your gathering tunes is cash money. I don't actually then have a herbalist and miner up and running to see just how much I'd need on those, but this probably means I didn't do any gathering last week. Oh dear. When was the last time I emptied the mailbox on this dude? Oh dear, like 10 days ago. Whoops. Oh no, that's just when I put the orders in for stuff. I don't know, whatever. Either way, catch-up is more understood. And it's both good for some professions and tragically bad for others. $73 times 5 acuity. Yeah, the fact you get 5 acuity for each one as well. Really fast way to get a zerg of ingenuity. Acuity. I'd almost argue that if you wanted a little bit of a cheeky boost to just level enchanting, do your disenchanting, get the acuity from it before you take the profession you actually plan to level first, because that extra acuity is like monstrous. What even is 73 times 5? 365. It doubles your free acuity, basically. In a few weeks, you'll get enough acuity for any profession you want just from disenchanting. Indeed. Yeah, the biggest acuity catch-up is to level enchanting. Quickly disenchant everything. Not to mention, you could, in theory, if you want, like, it's time-consuming, sure, but you could probably get 1,000+ acuity day one. If you were to do your gathering, spend a couple of hours herbing and mining, not only gain your weekly knowledge points from herbing and mining, but continue doing it until you've got all the catch up on herbing and mining. Drop herbing and mining, repeat the same process with enchanting and skinning. It's time consuming, but let's not forget you'll be making some gold while you do it. You'll probably have way over 1,000 artisan security day one. Plus, you have your 350 freebie bag on a brand new character. You could probably min-max a brand new profession in one day without it actually really costing you more than it costs to do the disenchanting on enchanting, I imagine. 1,500 artisan security by doing the full shuffle, but it's so time consuming I stopped doing it on alts. Oh yeah, there's no denying it's time consuming, but the concept is that it's possible now. If you look at just how much it costs to get that amount of artisan security just a couple of weeks ago by doing like the full shuffle, it was like 2 million gold worth of materials on a character. Now you can basically go min-max in a day if you know what you're doing without it really costing you much of anything. Full blue tools, max whatever branch you desire in pretty much any profession. I suspect you can probably do that now, yeah. So this only goes to add more so to just how ludicrous it was to do the shuffle at the beginning of the expansion. And if you didn't make out like a bandit from doing it, you've probably spent a shitload of gold on something that now players can do by just spending an afternoon doing a bit of gathering, disenchanting a few things, and then leveling the profession they actually want. It's quite funny. That alone, actually, that last 5 minutes of the stream is probably a video in itself. But you might also be able to hear in the background, my dog has woken up and she wants to go for a walk. So I'm going to be a regular human being. I'm going to go do some good adulting. And I'm going to love you and leave you for the day, boys and girls. Enjoy that. Happy goal making. Enjoy the rest of your day with whatever you're doing. Come say hi on Discord if you're not there already. Make sure you've hit that sub button if you're over on Team YouTube, that follow button if you're here on Team Twitch. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Friday tomorrow. Ooh, Friday. I'll see you all next time. Peace.